Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, February 27th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Going into today, keep in mind, guys, this is the last day of the week, last day of the month. Close out as strong as you can. We are about 10 seconds out from the open. Biggest thing is all the indexes are set to potentially gap down, and they're going to trade below. They're trading below those prior day lows. So let the market open up, find your spots, be patient. We did have PPI off the open in pre-market, so let the market digest the data and see where things go from here. Okay. So look at that gap down. So massive gap down here below that daily downside breaker. All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to hit the like button, guys. Let's get 60 likes. All right, we're constantly upping the standard. Let's see if we can get 60 likes before 10:30. We will do a giveaway. All right, today is the last day of the bootcamp registration. Tomorrow I have the bootcamp at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. If you did sign up, no worries. You'll be getting the email today with the details of the bootcamp. And you get, of course, we're going to do it through Google Meet. So I'll send you the invitation through email as well. So be on the lookout for that post-stream. All right, so I look forward to working with everyone. What I was interested in just paying attention to off the open, of course, was this daily downside breaker, retrace, reject. You can see better on the 5. That daily open is at 683.06. We're right at the 50% retrace of the weekly. 50% retrace of the weekly, going to be critical. Let's see how the Qs interact with that daily downside breaker. 603.98 is that level. See how they interact. So we have this nice, and we're beyond the expected move already with that gap down. All right, this nice little key zone here. Daily open, 683.06. 683.06. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So what are you guys looking to trade today? Put your setups in the chat. Put your setups in the chat. How are those Netflix contracts looking, Lynn? They should be over maybe 200%. 200, 300%. Depending on how far you went. That's why, guys, you can't miss a single episode. We talk about different stocks, things to pay attention to. We'll go over charts that you guys bring up. All right, and it's not one of those things where if we're right, we go scream from a mountaintop. Right? That's not. We don't play the game of right or wrong. Right? Oh, I call this. You call it. We call this. This. No. We don't do that. All right. How are we looking, guys? How are we looking? How are we looking? Yesterday, Mr. Impatient and Mr. Anticipation snuck behind me and was listen, but today's different. I will fight those demons and stick. Yeah, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. And thank you for sharing, Tujin. It's a real thing as traders, guys. Sometimes that voice sneaks in there and just tells us, why not? Go for it. All right. Click the link to see the replay of ES here, but still another 60-point drop. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, dropping all the way. If that prior day, that daily downside, or those lows probably came in London. Those are probably the London lows. So if those London lows hold, or those Asia or London lows, whichever one it is, sold exactly for 1K. Big gap down, absolutely. TOG, BOG. You guys know the protocol. 50% retrace. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. So what are we thinking today? Are you bullish or bearish during that first 2 hours of the day? All right. To ask if you're bullish or bearish for the whole day, it's too broad of a question. So are you bullish or bearish during that first 2 hours, from 9:30 to 11:30? And 2 hours from now, will we be above that daily open or below that daily open? We got that TOG. 5-minute orb army, 1 minute left. If you are trading a 5-minute orb. See if you get another drop like we did yesterday. 50% retrace is right there. G50. All right, let the dust settle, guys. If you're gonna remain bearish, see if the VIX can stay above that 21 and continue to push. We're starting to see some buyers stepping on the Qs. They reclaimed that daily downside breaker. So did IWM. See if the Qs can get above that 604.69, 604.69, which is that VWAP. Okay, so Qs are going to test that VWAP. Qs are going to test those prior day lows. The Dow tried to make a run into VWAP, starting to get pushed back to downside. Okay, first hour. So we're seeing some activity. Walmart starting to push. Your Netflix up 7%. AbbVie starting to push. Everything else still red. Everything else still red. Some of you are having issues joining the Discord, giving you the browser is giving you some token issues. If that does take place, I will send you the manual link to join the Discord, right? And then I'll just grant you the permissions manually. Okay, so just give me a second. I'll give you that access. Okay, let's pay attention to these lows. Very similar action to yesterday, right? Key zone. We have a key zone. We have those lows, right? Not identical to it, but we're kind of seeing the same action. Yesterday, we got below it, retrace, reject into those lows and beyond. Today, do we come into a bounce? We're going to make that distinction. All right. So this would be a breakdown set up below those lows, of course. Retrace, reject, break and hold. That encompasses the orb. Keep in mind, today is Friday. IV is a little elevated here, 32%. So the contracts are a little pricey. Take that into consideration. We have PML at that 682 level here. Five-minute orb is right here. Does anyone trade the 5-minute orb? If you trade the 5-minute orb, put a 1 in the chat. Right? Even if you trade it under certain conditions. Right? If that's one of the things you look for, put a 1 in the chat. Even if you don't trade it every day, all the time. Let me take off that VWAP real quick. We're inside on the 5 here. We'll make this yellow up for grabs. We did have a red folder, so let's see if we can wait. Okay, we're starting to reject off that VWAP here. VWAP rejection there as well. See if you get that follow through behind it. If the VIX can start to wake up, that would be great. We're moving 93 cents per 5. Contracts are pricey. Okay. Keep that in mind. If you go 1 DTE, IV slightly lower there. Looking at the 680s. We can get a nice drop. Again, Fridays. All right, best thing is to do is size down. Again, that's just best practice. You can do your own practice, but that's just best practice. Okay, so you get a nice little drop or pop. We're going back and forth. Let the dust settle. No breaks yet, so just be patient. The biggest obstacle for that break of this 5-minute orb high is going to be the fact that we have VWAP right there and the fact that we have this zone here. So you need this thing to blast off, right? Blast off. So at least here, this breakdown, all right, it gives us a little room into PML. All right, so in this case, if we do get that break out up above those highs, VIX falls back below 21. We have a little bit of traffic. If we can deal with this traffic with the buying pressure, we get a volume spike, then it opens up that bigger runway, and we get into the jaws of that, runway here, back to that yearly open. Right, so it's going to be tough because it's going to have to conquer this area first. Conquer that area first. VWAP rejection once again. Keeping a close eye on the Q. See if the Qs can fall back below 603.98. 603.98. If the Qs remain above 604.54. Things start to wake up. We'll see. VIX is just hugging that 21. It's at 21.17. So think of it like this. All right. So if we can continue to get some fuel, if we can continue to show strength, get a volume push, reclaim that, and then it can start to go. If not, we can't see rejection. So I'll wait that out. Wait for confirmation to decipher which way we go. Get Qs above VWAP. So just being patient here. Just being patient, patient. So no, so far just outside of this bounce, outside of this rejection off that BOG, nothing really there. VIX back and forth on that V on the 21. Yep. See if we can get some sort of separation, downside or upside. We're rejecting off that VWAP here. So do we have enough fuel off this rejection? That's going to be the question. Do we have enough fuel off this rejection to take out this zone here? If we take out this zone here, we start to show some signs of life to the downside. My VIX chart is on Heikinashi. Right, it's on the Heikinashi here. So it has more it gives me a cleaner read, because with the VIX, the price action on the VIX is spotty on the lower time frames. No more spotty on the lower time frames. Looking at the 680s, we start to break. 680 puts, if you can just look at that breakdown, VIX bounce off that 21, continue to push, that'd be great. See with that breakdown here. I like how the Qs are rejecting as well. That 15 minute is rejecting as well. Okay, see if you can start to push lower. I want to close below 682.88. Runway into the PML. POC 688.32. New 5-minute candle in 3 minutes, so we still have some time on that 5. That 5 minutes about to trigger to the downside. 15-minute ORM, you're waiting 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. Okay, let's see if you get that clean move to the downside. Okay, 5-minute OR broke. See if you can hold below it. See if you can hold below it. I like how the Qs are going south, going below 603.98. I want to hold below that level. Don't want to see a hammer. See if you can wait for that candle to close. All right, just being a little patient. Being a little patient. What broker chart is that? This is SPY on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, and what is it? Webull. So if someone takes it regardless of that level, without waiting for that hold or anything like that, like a ripple, you'll just take it. So now I want some sort of candle up move. All right, some small little bounce, and then I'll take it lower. If you did take it to the downside, that PML is right there. Okay, see if you can, that's the first target. If you can get below it, start to slide, that would be great. See what kind of response we get there. What kind of response we get. Okay, this thing's starting to go. Qs are going as well. Dow's going. Qs are going, Dow's going. If you can hold below PML, has some room to go. Nice drop. Nice drop. See if you can hold below PML. Okay, the Qs broke that not the VWAP, the range as well. So 5-minute orb in this case. Well, 71 cents. All right. So if you take profit already, if you're a trader 1 profile, meaning you take profit at target, 71 cents. If you're trader 2, you're looking for something more. Right, you're looking to see if it can hold below that PML. So PML, be very careful that is that target. Okay, that's a good target. We can see it to start to fuel up here as we get closer into this bounce zone. Okay, if we sweep this PML, if we reclaim 683.07, there might be some signs that the buyers are stepping in. That daily open. See if we can reclaim it. If we reclaim it, we might have some room to the upside. It might be some sort of bounce off that PML. If it just starts to fizzle, reject, it's a retrace reject. See if we get back below PML. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we looking today? Good morning, Echo. Good morning, Andre. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. We have 100 people on a check-in already within the first few minutes. Let's see if we can get 100 likes. That's very possible for us to get. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. Subscribe. So 5-minute orb army. That's your time to shine. You take profits. You move along. Right now, folks who are looking for that reclaim, fuel off of this PML, right, are looking to potentially see if we can hold back above that daily open and to see if the Qs can start to get back ground and get back above that VWAP. So it's either we reclaim it or we start to fade and drop back lower. Okay, so now the assessment is a risk-reward assessment here. If we can hold that daily open, the VIX is kind of doing its own thing. Hold that daily open. I'm looking at the 685s. Okay, that was a nice reclaim. See if we can start to fizzle a little bit. So this is basically what we're discussing in the pre-market game plan, right? Come sweep those at pre-market low. That's very tough to go short below pre-market low because we're in that bounce zone. See if we can start to work its way lower. 15-minute orb army now is on the clock. So 5-minute orb army, nice opportunity there, right? If you're able to extract profits. If not, you just get stopped out. And now 15-minute orb army is here. That 15-minute range is right there. Okay, we just rejected off that VWAP, POC. Okay, that's a pump fake. Is that a pump fake? All right, peak above daily open, start pushing lower. Does this lead us back here? And then, of course, all the way below that. We're in a sticky spot here. This is very scalpable, but for people who like to hold positions for some time, right, not getting enough clean follow through, continue to wait. How's that 5 looking? A lot of back and forth. So buy, sell. Sell. Waves are still waving to the downside of the if we just take it from the pre-market low. VIX is still going north. VIX is still going north. Now we're starting to cover a lot of ground, guys. Candles are moving $1.15 per 5-minute candle. So just some scalp opportunities. Reclaim, 5-minute breakdown. We're flirting with this daily open. Okay, let the dust settle here. Good. Great job on scalping out of that. Out 20%. Beautiful job. Right, we know that 9 times out of 10, that's how much it's going to drop into here. Can it continue to go lower? Sure, but it's always best practice to take those profits. Right, and then if the runners want to go, they can go. So we are in this 15-minute orb range. Okay. VIX is kind of doing its own thing today. Good morning, Nico. Good morning. Anyone take any trades so far? Anyone else? Let's go real quick to Let's take a look at it. So remember what we were discussing this morning? We were talking about that daily downside breaker, right? So the Qs have overcome that daily downside breaker. So they're starting to get back into prior day's range. So if they can fall back below it, let's see. So the question becomes, do the Qs lead the way for SPY to reclaim? The Dow continues to sell off. IDEM continues to sell off. Walmart shot out of a rocket. Netflix relatively flat. Block pulling back. So a lot of people are going to chase Netflix now, but the smart traders already took Netflix, right? Because now it becomes hype. It becomes the buy the rumor, sell the news. Now the news came out, we can see some back and forth. Okay. The IW and the Dow selling off well below that PML. So this is the scenario in which, right, all four of the indexes are having basically an argument. They're not in agreement. So where does that put SPY? That puts SPY in a very tricky spot. Right, SPY is in between. SPY is caught in the middle. Okay, when the Qs are doing something and the Dow is doing the opposite, SPY is caught in the middle. SPY is caught in the middle. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. It is Free Trade Friday, so the link to the delay-free, ad-free stream is available in the free tier Discord. 50% staff cut, yeah. All right, so if we just ask the question, what is the staff cut? You can't just cut 50% of your staff and still be able to produce at the rate. So you can't put the burden on 50% of your staff to produce as if you have a full capacity staff. That cut is because of AI, guys. AI, that's the cut. And that's a huge number. 50% of the staff. All right, that's a huge number. We're going to start to see more things come out like that with these big companies. And we'll start to trickle down into the medium companies, small companies, so on and so forth. All right, so just waiting here. PML bounce into that territory. So this runway there. This is scalping environment. Going into the game plan, we discussed how if we're near those lows, right? We got to be very, very careful because we can't see one of these scenarios, all right, where we just do this and gravitate back toward this area. Right? That's why I didn't want to chase those shorts below pre-market low. Right? If I was looking to go short, it had to be right here for that 2-minute opportunity, 3-minute opportunity. So it's basically you take the trade and you exit the trade within a 2-minute span. And that should get you anywhere from 15, maybe 13 to 17, 18%. And it'll get you double digits, but should maybe up to 20%, depending on the entry. Depending if your fill is here, depending if your fill is there, right? It might differ, but it is definitely a double digit opportunity. So we still can't seem to get back above that VWAP. Question now becomes, do we start flagging and then get a complete breakdown? Right? Does the weight become unbearable on that support? Does the weight become unbearable on that support? If you're waiting for the 15-minute orb, right? No harm, no foul. You took no trade. You're just waiting. Right? So there's nothing. You didn't lose anything. You didn't make anything. You're just sitting on cash. Right? Cash is the position in this case. Same thing. Whenever you have your strategy, guys, just wait for the strategy. Wait. Don't take anything in between unless it's something that you're trained to take and you know how to take. All right, so the question is, can we get some sort of sustained separation away from the zone? So this is act like a magnet so far. So during the first hour, or first 30 minutes of the hour, so price has just been, this has been a magnet for SPY. So when I say magnet, it just means that price is having a hard time creating separation away from that level. Where's magnet? There we go. Right? Do we get that flag break? Anyone playing that flag break on the 5? Under VWAP in those waves? if the Qs can start joining the party, that can help. If the Qs can get below that 603.98, that can help. Now we do have a little bit of downward compression here. So let's see if we get separation away from magnet. So if you're taking the 15-minute orb, you're waiting for these breaks. Your entry model can be different. Your entry model can be the break. As soon as it breaks, you take it. It can be a break and hold. It can be a break and retest. It could be a pullback, right? Whatever it is. Okay. I'll Seek Wisdom on YouTube signed up this morning. Good. Welcome to the team, Seek Wisdom. Welcome. An awesome name, by the way, Seek Wisdom. I like that. All right, so just waiting here. There is this 5-minute flag right here that can maybe start to break. Question is this high quality? Is it high quality? 682.73. If SPY can break 682.73, the Dow can get below 603.98. That can help. All right, so we know SPY is doing this. We know SPY is primarily working with the Qs the past couple of days, right? The SPY is moving in tandem with the Qs. And look at this, guys. This is an indictment of the movement. Look at this. Double inside. We have not seen a double inside during the first few minutes in a long time. What this means is consolidation. Double inside. Okay, so double inside means one side gets taken out. It can potentially move lower. The other side gets taken out. It can potentially move higher. So after this consolidation, which participation group can really take control? Right, so we haven't seen a double inside candle during first shift within the first 30 minutes in a very long time. So that's where we are. So if you remember this support, who remembers this support from yesterday? This level of support that's tied to prior day lows and that EMA. So right here. So of course, if the bulls are going to try to make a move, they need to make a move above here. Do they have enough fuel, or else it's resistance? All right, so just wait it out. Only thing it costs to wait is time. Doesn't cost you any money. You actually save money by waiting. Okay, let's take a look at the heat map here. What's moving? Of course, Netflix, Merck, everything else is red. We're leaning towards red. Walmart pushing to the upside. Verizon. I think that's Newmont there. Nvidia down. So we need separation. Separation away from this magnet. Separation away from this key zone. All right, move away from this key zone. Had to put on a video from yesterday. Held it till this morning. Made some profit, not much, but I thought, but green is good. Absolutely, green is green, guys. Right, green is green. Think of it like this: when you have a contract, it's like you own a house, right? You own a house, and then you buy that house, and you say you sell that house, you buy it for $500,000, you sell it for $550,000. Just an example. All right, but you made that exchange in a short period of time. Now that you sold that house, you can care less what the value of that house is 2 years from now. Right? Because you're looking for the next house to flip. That's the nature of what intraday trading is. You don't want to concern yourself too much of what the price of something you had is now worth or where it is now, because that's where it is and how much you could have made. Your only concern is when you're in it, do your best to extract profits out of it. Do your best to make sure it doesn't turn to a big loss. You're managing it accordingly, and do your best to extract profits out of it. What it does when you're gone, right? That's out of your control. Right? Because we're just stacking all those transactions, the net positive transactions. So tremendous job on getting NVIDIA. And that oftentimes is a trap. Right? We sell the contract, aka the house, and we check back on how much it was worth, and if we held it a little longer, how much we would have made. And we kind of lose focus on looking for the next thing to buy and flip. We're always going to the next one. Okay, this one works. Okay, let's take some money, flip. Okay, this one didn't work. Okay, drop it, cut it, next. All right, very systematic approach. Okay, Steve, that's legit. That reclaim with that daily open. Does it lead us into 684.27? Okay, nice reclaim. Does it lead us? Okay, we're starting to see the Qs pump here. Okay, Qs getting into the highs of the day. SPY reaching into the highs of the day as well. We do have some major levels in this area converging. We have Friday lows. We have that daily downside. We have the expected downside move. That orb right there, that bright green line, 15-minute orb, the 684.19, which is that BOG, the bottom of the gap. So the gap down we saw today. Okay, so today's the last day to sign up for the bootcamp, guys. So make sure to sign up. You will receive an email after stream on details. All right, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. %. Realized green now is better than more realized green later. 100%. One in the hand is worth two in the bush. So this PML sweep, do we have enough fuel off this PML sweep to continue to push? So now the orb is triggered. That's 685.27 that's triggered. As it triggers, can it hold above the orb and get above 684.55? If it can, now we start to enter the jaws of that gap down. If it can't, of course, that's resistance. It starts to pull back slightly. As it approaches that level, what we want to see is we want to see continued strength on the Qs. We want to see the VIX can break that 21. No, I didn't take the 685s in this territory. So far, didn't take anything. I want to see how we interact with this level. Okay, if we start to wick aggressively, if we start to reject aggressively, we can start to see that slide. So make or break here. Make or break. 5 calls, good. I had to jump to work. Netflix runner, 95% re-engage on the pullback for new swing. Set up March 20 contracts. Beautiful job. All right, so we come into that territory, brick wall, starts to push lower. So this is scalping territory. Okay, we're getting that rejection off that prior day low. Do we have enough of a rejection Do we have enough of a rejection to get past this magnet, right? Do we get to get below this magnet and get into these lows, right? So now what we're asking for in this case is follow through. We're getting some moves, but the moves have no follow through. They're not lasting for 10 minutes and beyond. There's no follow through behind the move. Okay. So it's just scalps. Scalp. Good management. All right, so let's see. Second go around. I like how the VIX is breaking down. Look how the VIX is breaking down. I like that breakdown on the VIX. I'm looking at the 686s. See if we can break above 684.27, hold above 684.35, get past this major resistance, get some buyers to step in. Qs continue to push. There can be something there. I like how the VIX is breaking down. It's just a matter of see if we can buy some time to see if there's some buyers that step in. So there's their chance. Okay, this is the chance for them to start fueling up. Coming at that major resistance, we need we need a push. Okay, we need that push. Okay, see if that volume can start picking up. Okay, get that push. Go. So in this case, it's buy high, sell higher. The orb is triggered. See if you can stall for a second. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls. See if I can get filled. If I don't get filled, that would be... Okay, couldn't get filled. Okay, I'll cancel it and then try again. If we can pull back a little bit. I want that. I don't want the top, the very, very top. See if we can come a little bit lower. Okay, I'll take it right there. Second attempt. Okay. Right here, I'm in the calls. See if we can hold. See if we can hold above. I know there's a little bit of resistance there. See if we can hold above that 684.10. I do like how the VIX is starting to break down. If it starts to collapse below 684.10, get stopped out. I want to hold above 684.55. So what I'm pursuing is this runway into that yearly open. Like how the VIX is breaking down. Go. I want us to make strides above that resistance. It is resistance, so we need to prove it otherwise. Let's jump down to the 1 for a second. Okay, waves waving. See that continue push. Go. There we go. Up 7, TP where you need to. If you did take that, TP where you need to. Up 10. Take majority off right there. Thank you very much. Down to runners. Thank you very much. I wanted to hold above the orb. Okay. See if you get candle over candle. Already TP the majority at 10. See if runners can run. Up 12. There we go, guys. The power of patience. The power of patience. There we go. So we're coming into resistance. We want to see that nice push above it. We want to see the VIX break down. See if we can take this into yearly open. There we go. Up 20. There we go. 21. There we go. 23. 25. Make sure to take profits. Take more off there, and then I'll be down to my last one. Okay. Beautiful. So you can see why I didn't take it here and took it there. What do I want to wait for? Break below 21. What I want to see? The Qs continue to push. Okay. Put a dollar sign in the chat if you took that. If you took that, beautiful job. 20+%. TP where you need to. See if we can ride this like we did yesterday. See if I can turn to Wave Rider. All right, there we go. Okay, see if we can turn to Wave Rider. As long as we stay above 684.35. See if we can hold that. All right. So profit's already been extracted. Okay. Seeing if we can continue to go. Beautiful job, beautiful job, beautiful job. Good job, guys. Good job, team. That required some patience on our behalf, right? Had to be a little patient there. Okay. But again, just waiting for those variables. That's how we got to be, right? If we can do that for majority of the setups, right? If you can do that for the majority of the setups, you're being good. You'll do tremendous. All right. Even myself, I haven't been as patient for some setups, especially to the downside for some reason. All right. But it's always something you're looking to clean up that execution. Okay. Looking to clean up that execution. We're getting some sort of a wave. Okay. As long as it stays green, see if we can stay in that. As long as the waves are waving, see if we can stay green. So now the thesis is this. So we had enough fuel off of this PML. Okay. We said don't go short off PML. This is actually coming into our bounce zone. We get that initial break, reclaim. That reclaim was there. Reclaim that New York daily open. We start to break this major support, a major resistance turn support. So now the question is, can it turn into support? So this primarily being fueled by, guys, this is primarily being fueled by this. So that's why it's so important to tune into the pre-market prep. Pre-market prep, we talked about this exact setup and why it's very difficult to go short right there. If you're going to go short, you're going to go short from here to here. But as it gets into these lows, be very careful going short. If it does start to structurally break down, which it can, I'm not getting those lows. I'm getting those structural breaks, compression breaks to the downside. Okay, so now the reclaim is taking place on the 15. Okay, there we go. That's how we do it, team. That's how we do it. Okay, that's where we're the strikers. We know when to strike. Okay. Anyone else babysitting? Anyone on babysitting duty? Babysitting duty just means you have runners. All right? Any amount of runners. Okay? See, those waves can hold. Target that yearly open. That's going to be our first obstacle. All right? If we can get past that, guess what, guys? We get to that 50% retrace of that gap. Keep in mind, we're in the jaws of that gap. We are in the jaws of that gap. So again, TP where you need to, guys. If you're up, it is up 20+%. Okay, get to the habit of paying yourself. You don't need to get one trade to rescue everything. It's just stacking those good decisions over time. Okay? Good decision stacking. All right, that 15 continues to go. See if that 15 can hold. Let me go to the 15 real quick. See if that 15 can hold. Well, that's 684.49. Weekly PLC. Right there. So I don't want to close below that weekly PLC. Take this off. This was to see if we're going to get a reaction to the downside off that resistance, but we're able to break it. Right, and if you look at that particular time, you can also see a little bit of a volume spike or increasing volume. You don't really need a spike, you just need that increasing volume. So now, as long as everything is going north, everything is northbound, that's going to be good. VIX northbound, the Dow gets above that 488.71, that's going to be good. All right, see if we can continue to go. My stop is 684.49. Maybe that's break even. Maybe it's minus 5% in that area. So no close below that. That's actually the 30. Here's the 15. There you go, guys. There you go. And that might be a one-shot kill day. 10 more days of radiation therapy, and I'll be active more. Absolutely, JB. I know you got a lot on your plate. And may God continue to bless your family and heal your family. Okay, we're gonna be tested on the charts, outside of the charts, so the tests are not going anywhere, guys. Life itself is harder than trading. So trading is nothing new. If we close below 684.49, I'll close this out. Okay. If we start to put some pressure on those waves, I'll close out. If those waves remain, again, so say trader 1, okay, so trader 1, remember trader 1 and trader 2? Trader 1, okay, 88 cent appreciation, takes profit. Trader 2 loves to hold a target, okay, or wants to go beyond target. Walks away with nothing or needs a relief bounce back to the upside. If it closes below 684.49, runner is down 6-7%. See if you can hold. If not, I'll close out here. See how close it came to that target? If you're holding the target, so you're up about 20, 25, 26%, whatever was up there, and then it doesn't go to target. Okay. I'll close the last runner there. Okay. Minus 11.12. All right. So all out. Scale out of a majority on the way up. Last TP20, and then had one left, and then close at one minus 12. So a great opportunity there. Let me take the waves off. We can't get that bounce off that level, but I'll look for something else. Okay, because the closer we got that yearly open, we start to push lower. So now if we go back to magnet, let me take these off. Okay, if we go back to magnet, if we go back all the way there, we're basically magnet type of day. So we'll look for the sweeps, shift to shift. Okay, we'll look for sweeps, shift to shift. So what the buyers need to do here is protect this. Remember, this is resistance. We got that break. So they need to flip it to support. They can't flip it to support. That window opens up. Okay, that window opens up. All right, so we're done with that. We use it, we take advantage of it, and we're done with it, and we let someone else buy the contract. Okay, using that analogy, the house analogy. All right, we buy it, we flip it, and then wherever it goes, the upside, downside, doesn't matter. We're getting a rejection off that view up on the Dow, IWM as well. So if the Qs start to crumble, we can start possibly gravitating towards this area if we fail to hold above this territory. Now, critical zone there. Critical zone. If the VIX starts to wake up, starts to work its way towards, starts to crawl towards 21, slide back to magnet. Okay, slide back to magnet. So on this kind of day, guys, you need to really pick your spots. You need to pick your spots, take profits. I noticed when you said earlier you couldn't get filled. I do a market order, so I buy the ask. Right. So if I can't get filled, I cancel my order right away. And then if price continues to run, I have to just let it come in a little bit. Right. Say if you're trying to get filled at 140, you don't get filled, and price starts to run. Now it's at 160. Or 170, right? That 20-30 cent range is already moved. So it's in your best. So it's in my best interest, the way I look at it, to just let it get some sort of wick and try to gravitate back towards that original price. And if everything checks out, meaning everything looks the same as it did before, barring we just get some sort of drop. All right, then I will hit the button again after canceling. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, quick in and out, taking profit. Absolutely, guys. It's going to give you those times to take profit. There's times where it continues to expand. There's times where it doesn't want to expand. It just refuses to expand, and it turns into a scalper's market. All right, yesterday, that drop to the downside was beautiful, of course. Runners went 50 plus percent. And if you continue to hold them, 20 plus percent. Right, today, if you just say, hey, you know what, let me try to repeat what took place yesterday. Since I left so much on the table, quote unquote, and my contracts end up going 300, 400%, I'm going to come into today and try to see if I can repeat that and not take profit responsibly and give it back. So you see the problem there, guys? Whatever happens during a trade, just let it stay there. Don't bring it into the next trade. Okay, so we're getting a nice little bounce. See if we can hold above it. Great job. Who's done, guys? So in this area, we have a lot of levels in this area. We have the 15-minute order, of course, bright green line, BOG, daily downside breaker, a weekly POC, the expected downside move. So the expected move, if we don't factor the gap into it, the expected move is based on the option activity from the previous day, right? That's the expected move. So we're at expected move already. So what this kind of means is we're somewhat discounted. Okay, we're discounted. So are there real buyers, authentic buyers who want to pick this up at a discount, or are they looking for more of a discount? Look how far we are from those weekly levels, weekly open. Okay, look how far we are. We're $3 below weekly open. So you have the chance to buy SPY. Buyers have the chance to buy SPY right now, $3 below the price it was at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. Right. So now, do they deem this a discount? So what do you guys think? Put it in the chat on YouTube and Discord and Google Meets. Would you deem this a discount? So if you're a fund manager, not options trader per se, if you weren't a trader, if you go into your managing mind, would you deem this a discount? Would you deem price being below weekly open, end of the week, still holding somewhat of a bullish structure on the daily, still have a nice little bullish channel, kind of in the middle of the channel, would you deem that a discount, or would you deem it not discounted enough, still pricey? All right, let's get the likes up, guys. We got 109 people joining us. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to join our community. There's a few spots left in the trial. March, there's only going to be 10 spots on a trial available, guys. For the folks on Free Trade Friday, hopefully you're enjoying your experience. All right. If you had a chance to tune in from this morning, the game plan, I'll say the game plan plays out to a T most of the time. Sometimes I just kind of stray away from the game plan from time to time. I have a tendency to do that. But if we can stick to the game plan as closely as possible, more times than not, that's the best thing to do. All right, so you can see the game plan chart. Okay. So we're saying go short between here and here. Avoid going short below these lows. That can be a sweep. If you're going to go long, all right, you want to start to go long in this territory and wait for that pre-market low reclaim once you rule out that retrace reject. So there was no real retrace reject there because we just immediately grabbed it. So now we're at this particular area where we can go right? We can push back the downside, or we can start to make some strides to the upside and cover some ground. All right, if we zoom out here, right? When in doubt, zoom out. Where are we? When in doubt, zoom out. Where are we? Okay, so we're range bound. We're still range bound. Outside of this move to the upside, we're still in this range. Right? So in this case, if you're playing the 15-minute chart, you need further dated contracts. Right? If you want to play the move to the T, right, those zeros, there's too much volatility. Okay, so you're gonna have to get further dated contracts and use the game plan chart, pair those two things up. Because with the zeros, say if you have a full position on, you're gonna be up 20%, 25%, 26%, down 15%. With zeros, it's not gonna be as with more 1 DT, 2 DTs, maybe even I'd say Wednesday's contracts. Right, you're not gonna that appreciation maybe will get you 7-8%. Maybe this drop will be 3% down, 5% down, 6% down. So you can really play the bigger picture move. Intraday, from an intraday lens. All right, so but what does that require? That requires you to sit in the position for some time and let it cook. That's like you're cooking a turkey. Right, you're cooking a turkey. All right, you just can't cook it for 10 minutes and decide to eat it. Take some time to cook. So you got to give it some time. You got to buy time with those contracts. Yeah, as long as the slope and support holds, right, they can start to push it to the upside. Once it cracks, right, once there's too much selling pressure on that support, starts to crack, we can see that downside slide. So very similar to the action here. The next opportunity is going to be tied to this key zone. Look how long it took us to create separation away from here. All right. Question is, was this foreshadowing our interactions with key zones moving forward? If it is, more than likely we're gonna stall here for some time and then make a pretty nice move. So now it's in your best interest to be as patient as possible. And just look at the action on the 5. Look at the action on the higher time frames. When I say higher time frames, I don't mean going out to the macro time frames, the daily and the weekly, right? But just the 5, the 15. If we're on the 15, where are we? All right, we're inside on the 15. Inside meaning indecisive. On the 5, where are we? So if you recall, the reason why we got to take profits quickly here, guys, why is it? Once we got that break and continue to push is because we're coming into this, unless we get that breakaway, we're coming into this resistance territory. Support turn resistance. So we just scalp that. So this is what it looks like on the 5. All right, so the buyers need to take advantage of the fact that they're using this as support to segue them past that level. Now we got this nice little channel along these lines. All right, so this is their path. This is the path they're taking. Once that path gets disrupted, we can see a change in the cycle. Okay, once that path gets disrupted, potential change in the cycle. And I want to bring something to your attention as well. Okay, I want you to look at this. You see the EMAs without extended trading hours on. You see them. We're below the EMAs. Turn extended trading hours on. So including pre-market and that post-market. We're above it. So be mindful on which one you're using. All right, and know which both of them are telling you. Okay, so there's 2 of everything. When it comes to indicators, there's 2 of everything, depending on what you have on and what you have off. Okay. 62% of the chat is bearish. How many likes do we got, guys? Let's do the giveaway. 60 is the goal. If we can get 100 by first shift, that would be a record. Okay, first shift, of course. Beautiful trade to the upside. 1 trade. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you haven't. Our goal is where are we now? Let's get as close as possible to 3,300 subs. All right, if we can get to 3,300 by today, that would be amazing. All right, first shift is officially in the books. Just one trade, first shift. Some of the opportunities that took place in first shift, of course, pre-market low sweep. What kind of entry model are you using in this case? You're using just price action and just the velocity behind those candles. And this territory, of course, that reclaim, downward compression break, right? And then we decided to take this break to the upside for 20% plus. And then, of course, the runners got stopped. One runner got stopped out there. Okay. That's pretty much it. So far, pretty straightforward. So now, if you have something that you made green off of anything in first shift, it's ramp down Friday. All right. Think of it like casual Friday for my SAT, for my strikers. All right. You're not trying to do too much on this Friday. You're not looking to take 50, 60 trades. Why? All right. Mentally, you're exhausted. Whether you like it or not, mentally you're exhausted. Right? We've seen action. I've seen action. You've seen action for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours plus, minute by minute. Your brain has processed too much information. You might not be firing on all cylinders. It's the end of the week. You might be a little unfocused. You may let your guard down. Maybe let things open up risk a little too wide. All right, those are natural things that happen. So it's very important for us to put the proper measures and guardrails in place on Fridays, and especially Mondays and Fridays, to protect ourselves from ourselves. All right, so if you're green, guys, wrap it up. If you continue to trade, identify the areas where you're on to trade. Look for those areas, highlight them. Take a look at the ATR IV, see what kind of risk you're going to allocate. Okay. Sometimes, some days don't give us 4 or 5 opportunities. Clean opportunities. Right? Or you're not in the position. It's going to give us opportunities, but it's just a matter of being in the position. Okay. Need to run now. Done for the day. Played the orb 2 times. Ended. Beautiful job. Break even. Just look at that, guys. All right. One of our most diligent orb traders. Okay. One of our captains. Check and chill ideas. He's been tracking it. We did a series on the orb. We built a framework around the orb. Right. SAT framework, Shockwave 15 that can be applied for a lot of the things. Okay, you can add your own criteria to it. Go check that series out. And he's been trading it now, I believe, for 30, tracking it and trading it. Not only tracking it, but trading it for 30 plus weeks, 35 or 36 plus weeks. All right. And that's the only thing you trade primarily, correct? Artem, that's the only thing. The bread and butter. Right? And finds tremendous success. But it takes more than just clicking buttons. It takes experience. It takes knowing how to manage, knowing how much size to put. Right? He has a cool framework of how much size he puts based on which entry model presents an idea, the opportunity. Okay, that's it. And rinse and repeat. Close to $700 on the week. Trading the first hour of the day. So it's not something out of reach. You can put yourself in position, train yourself to do it. Put the mental reps in. It's not going to come overnight. Okay? It's not going to come overnight, but it will come one night. Okay? Not overnight, but it will come one night. Just put the work in. Train, show up, participate, and you'll be put in position. Okay? So congratulations, great job. So let's do the giveaway. Do we have 60 likes? Let's get 60 likes, guys. 60, 60, 60. We can get it. We have 116 people joining us. 125 people joining us. We smashed yesterday's record. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome to the Most Value Pack live trading show. We live trade SPY. We provide market commentary on all the big names. We're primarily trading options, okay? So if you have any chart requests, anything I'm going to review, we do Q&A, live education, and we take trades. Today's trade so far, nice push to the upside. Let's go venturing into this heat map. So let's go, okay. All right, so we're starting to bounce off those lows. Of course, Google's starting to recover slightly. Merck, some of the healthcare names. Walmart continues to push. We got, what name is that there? We got EQIX. We got AMAT. We got Aon. We got VRTX. Netflix, of course. We know Netflix continues to push. New subscriber, welcome aboard. Sol Invictus Dominion. Sol Invictus Dominion. We're probably not going to be able to go all day today, guys. It is Friday. There's a couple of things I need to take care of. So let's get those likes. Let's get those giveaways in. And let's go back to our 5-minute chart real quick, guys. 5-minute chart. All right. So has the structure shifted yet? How we broke this channel and new cycle began? Not yet, but we're just teetering on that support. All right, so that support needs to hold, and that support happens to be where this prior support is, which is now resistance. So the bulls need to really start get this up. They need to get themselves together here. They need to really start to go. All right. We're also seeing the ATR significantly, relatively the same. So keep in mind first shift, second shift. All right. First shift highs. First shift lows. The hourly, let's take a look at the hourly. Let's turn on the extended hours. Okay, we're seeing a nice little bounce on the hourly. We're trading near the 4-hour downside breaker. Okay. Are we gearing up for a 4-hour sweep? We'll see. But it's being primarily, so far, it has primarily been driven by, guys, that 50% retrace on the weekly. All right. If you recall, this morning in the pre-market prep, all right, that 50% retrace on the weekly. Buyers are starting to really pick it up off of that level. Okay, a nice push on SPY. SPY is starting to go. Really using that support. Okay, we're coming near first shift highs. Still following that channel. Big thing is major key level is here, guys. All right. Major key level is here. This is a major key level. Almost one of the most important key levels, okay, out there. So they're very important. That's that yearly open. So technically, from a macro standpoint, the market is flat on the year. If we stay below 685, I should say flat because we're close to it, but technically red on the year. If we can get above that 685.71, we cross the green. Get above that 685.71, we cross the green. Okay. Who's done for the week? If you're done for the week, you're done for the month. If you're done for the week, you are done for the month. Still babysitting calls. Beautiful. Done for the month. Beautiful job, ERA. If it's been your first month, guys, leave a testimonial. Okay? Leave a testimonial that helps a lot of people who are on the fence. You can make it as long as you want, as short as you want. Leave some reviews on WAP. Okay, make sure to leave some reviews on WAP. Let's get the review numbers up. Okay, so start leaning towards making those reviews when you've been in the community for at least 2 weeks, right? Of course, I'd love to say, hey, everyone go there, leave a 5-star review, right? But every review, every star, I want to earn. And if there's things that you need me to improve, you have a solution tied to that problem, reach out to me in the DM. I'd like to look to make the improvement. If you think there's any tools we need to add to the Discord, okay, to make it more valuable for our members, reach out to me. I'll consider everything, okay? It's our community, all right? So I'm a member just like anyone else. Up 0.3% of my portfolio today on live account. Will continue to trade my demo account. Beautiful job, guys. That's a great way to do it as well. After, if you still have that urge for to trade, make some real money, and do your demo account for the rest of the day. Okay. But if you're doing your demo account, you want to have the exact same demo account as your live account. Okay, if you have 50K in your live account, 50K in your demo account. If you have $1,000 in your live account, $1,000 on your demo account. What happens a lot of times, guys, when people are trading demo, they start with $1 million and have like 100 contracts. Right? That's not how you trade demo. So you want to map it for my people who work in IT, for my people who test software, right? That your demo account is a sandbox. Okay, before you put something into production, you have a production environment. Okay, you have a production environment, okay, and you have a testing environment, and then you have a sandbox. Okay? When there's a problem in the production environment, you can't isolate the problem. You don't know what the problem is. First of all, you have this exact same replica in the testing environment of this production environment. When you see that problem in the production area, you try to solve it here. If you don't know what it is, you try to recreate it, extract it, take it out in the sandbox, experiment, and put it back into this testing area, see if it works, and you can implement it there. So very similar with a demo account. Your demo account is basically your sandbox. You have your production environment, your live account, you have your demo account. Your demo account has to be one-to-one. Things you want to say, you don't trade the orb, but you trade something else. Test the orb with the same amount of capital you're willing to put here. Trade it the same. Do it for three to 6 weeks. Okay, put into production. Okay, oftentimes what people do is they have a live account and then their demo account is $1 million. Okay, and they're buying 200 contracts, 300 contracts. And then when you go back to trade, okay, you're trading 2 contracts. Right, so map it one-to-one. That's how you really take it to the next level. All right. So that's a great idea. Okay, great idea. Thankful I found this group. My execution was struggling, so I asked ChatGPT to find videos of people live. Wow, that's crazy. You found us through ChatGPT. All right, at least ChatGPT is right about something. That's pretty cool. So what did you type in ChatGPT to find us? That's cool. Yeah, same strategy, same risk, 100%. Especially if you have that tech background, you know everything has to be one-to-one. Right? So utilize your background. A lot of you have tech backgrounds. And you almost want it to be seamless. Like you can't tell the difference. Of course, there's the emotion. There is a difference, but If you can try to make it to where your brain doesn't know if it's demo or if it doesn't know if it's the live account, and you're trading both of them responsibly, that will help you migrate some of the strategies around demo that you tested work into production seamlessly. That makes sense. 100%. Done for the week and month. I'm finding my stride in building wealth with healthy mix of day trading, swing trading, while following my rules based on work schedule. This seems to work, especially best on the days I'm not 100%. Right. So tremendous job, Lynn. Lynn is, of course, one of our longtime members. Shows up every day. Crushes IWM. Tremendous swing trader. So, guys, if you put the effort, it's a matter of time. Spire, bread and butter. What I imagined, I was able to manage a sneaker trade into Palantir. Beautiful job. Palantir longs, nice. Level TOG, VWAP, 100%. So all these, nice break there. All these principles are universal to mega caps, to futures. Just adjust it to, of course, the movement, the ATR, the individual name, the volatility of that particular name. Every name has a personality. And it works best if the name, the mega cap name, has a setup on the daily. If it has a setup on the daily, say if it's on the verge of a reversal on the daily or a breakdown on the daily, right? Because with those mega cap names or those names you like to trade, other names you like to trade, maybe large cap names. If there's nothing on the daily and there's no catalyst behind it, more than likely it's not going to break out for no reason. So you want the sector to be doing something, you want that individual name to be doing something, and then you want it to give you some sort of signal that it can make a move. Right? If you get that signal that can make a move, then we're right at the yearly open. Then you line that up, ideally in the direction of the indexes. If it has if it has a high beta, and then you take it from there. Okay, 686 hit. Good, beautiful. So once it broke here, right, you can want trader one. Let's go back to the example. Trader one, trader two. Trader one takes his trade, takes profit. All right. We'll give it about that's about $1.20. So we'll give it about 60 cent risk. All right, 60 cent. Trader two is looking for something beyond, like a 2-to-1. So trader two will still hold this. We'll still be in it. We'll maybe be back. We'll be in the green, but not as much as here. Right. But now you had to sit through this time. How much time has passed? So you choose what type of trader fits your personal profile. If you can make decisions in a very short period of time, executions in a very short period of time, you're more than likely leaning towards being trader one. If you like to hold positions for longer and you want to see it through the target, you're more than likely trader two. Sometimes you don't know how long it takes to play out. Therefore, you probably need to go further dated and buy time, which means the contracts, of course, will be more expensive because time is money. Okay, that's a universal principle. So if you have the further dated contracts, what you're doing is you're buying time. You're just buying time for you to be right, giving yourself enough time to be right, as long as it's within that risk. Right? So it just depends on which. You can be a hybrid, right? But ideally, you want to draw the lines. What are you 80, 85% of the time? And the other 20, 15% of the time, you can do the other thing. So my trader one profile traders, okay? So you're trader one, that's fantastic, right? But you also can, over time, you can learn to develop the skill set, okay? To be trader two, right? Develop that skill set. So you have that in your tool belt. My trader two folks, the challenge for you becomes, right, to learn and develop skills to have that trader one's ability as well. So you can have both. Because trader two opportunities don't always present themselves. The one that always presents itself is trader one. Trader one will always find work. Basically, scalper. There's always something to do for a scalper. Regardless, if the market is open, SPY is open, there's work. There's an opportunity. Right? You don't need much as long as you have those levels. Right? So you have some, you can do some work. Yeah, theta is basically the cost you're paying to be in the position, right? Because those contracts are basically losing value the closer they get to the end of the day. The closer they get to the end of the day. Hello, G. This is TradeWin. My WAP and Discord got hacked. WAP still messed up. Discord restored. Yeah. I'm gonna send it to you. I was trying to send you a message on New Year's TradeWins, or a little after New Year's, but it said that something happened to your Discord. I couldn't send it, or you're no longer friends. So glad that you're back. I'll drop the link here and jump back in. Do you know how you got hacked? That's crazy. Okay, let's get caught up in the chat. Maybe go to VWAP. Okay, new subscriber. Welcome, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Done for the month. Beautiful job, Czar. That would be like training for a sprint and running a marathon. 100%. 100%. Not gonna work. This channel is the most helpful found. I'll leave more than one like if I could. Absolutely, guys. If you do find value, continue to tune in. Continue to support the channel. If you're looking to immerse yourself with more resources, join the community. There's more things in there to help you. Jump in there. If you're enjoying the stream, and continue to like, subscribe, share. Very, very straightforward. Like number 60, so we'll do the giveaway. That's pretty awesome. That ChatGPT refers you. That means... So I'll send you the link, EVP, if there's a giveaway. We're going to do a giveaway. Yep, we're going to do a giveaway. Don't like to counter trend. Trend looks high rejection, waiting for momentum, 100%, guys. This week, the theme has been patience. All right, so I was a little impatient a few times this week. The one thing I'm not compromising is my risk. Even though I can make a bad decision, wrong call, I don't compromise the risk, right? I do my best to, that's a non-negotiable for me. Right, so you have to have that one non-negotiable. Don't like the EVP. Yep, giveaway today. All right, so let me get to the link. TradeWins. Can you send me a DM on WAP? I think you're probably hacked there as well. I wonder how you got hacked. Yeah, change your passwords frequently, guys. Use multi-factor authentication. I've been hacked before too. One of my old emails got hacked. The way I noticed is because for some reason when I would watch YouTube on that account, I would get Russian ads. And I thought that was very strange. I'm like, why am I getting Russian? Why am I getting ads in Russian? Right. And then I noticed that for a few weeks, and then I went to check all the devices accessing that email, and I had a bunch of devices from Russia. And then what it did was it took that account, it used that account, created a YouTube channel. All right, because my credit card was associated with that YouTube account, that Google account, and then they charged my card, and had a whole AdSense account with my information. So it's very, it can happen to anyone, guys. So take those precautions. Okay, take those precautions. That happened to me a few years ago. So if you're seeing some weird ads in different languages, I would say check what devices have access to your account. I mean, Google does a better job now. It lets you know when there's another device accessing your account or logs in. But still, multi-factor authentication is the best way. If you even have a token, if you have a token generator, you can use the app called Authy or Auth. Right, that's a digital token. That is good as well. Information is the information, which is data. Data is the new gold. I'm going to drop the link for you here, TradeWinds. Just give me a second. Let me see if I can find the invite link. Is it going to be the same name? Is it going to be the same name? Yeah, I'll get it right here. So use that link and then tell me what your Discord name is, and I'll get you in. TradeWinds is one of our longtime members, one of our captains. Great trader. So once you join in, just let me know what the name is, and then that's a direct link to the Discord. Direct link. If you guys are logging off early, if you're calling it a week, if you're calling it a month, have a great weekend. I challenge you to spend an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, go over your journal, go over some of the trades you took, and see some of the things you did right, some of the things you did wrong. Do more of the things you did right. Put guardrails in place for the things you did wrong. Map out a plan. It doesn't have to be a detailed plan to a T, but a general plan of how you're going to finish the month of March. What do you want to see for that month? What are some non-negotiable going to that month? It doesn't have to be a daunting list. All right. Make it something that's easy to follow, easy to commit to, and look to capitalize off the opportunities in March. The reason why I'm always optimistic with the market, regardless of what does take place, is because the next day there's opportunity. So how can I be a pessimist? It's the very few avenues, the very few vehicles still available to us where the next day there's still an opportunity. The question becomes, are we in the right mind space? Do we have the right strategies? Do we have the right system to capture those opportunities? Do you have the right tools to capture those opportunities, the right knowledge to capture the opportunity? Or even just put yourself in position to capture it. You're not going to capture all of them. All of them are not going to work. Right? But there's a high probability chance that the high quality opportunities, they work more frequently than they don't work. Okay? So make those adjustments, and March is going to be a tremendous month. I'm going to make a lot of adjustments myself as well. All right? No one is above adjustments, okay? Even the greatest players they make adjustments in any sport. Whatever sport you watch or whatever figure you may pay attention to in the business world, whatever it is, there's no one making adjustments more than the people at the top. All right? Let me know when you jump in trade wins and we'll take it from there. All right? Okay, how we doing, guys? How we doing on YouTube? Let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway. How many likes we got? 60. Let's get to 100. We'll do another one as well. The giveaways for the boot camp. A lot of you are signing up for the boot camp, so I look forward to working with a lot of you signing up. Today, of course, on March, we're going to have the March trial for the community. There's going to be 10 spots available. There's still, I think, 2 or 3 spots available for February. Folks, on Free Trade Friday. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream, the delay-free, ad-free stream. All right, so what's the giveaway? Giveaway is here. Let's talk about it. All right, giveaway is a live boot camp tomorrow, 10 a.m., less than 24 hours away. Less than 24 hours away. Reserve your seat. If you do win, send me a message with your email today. Code word March. Code word March when you do win. If you don't win, you still want to attend. This is the boot camp, Getting Started Day Trading live boot camp. Okay, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's live. It's not pre-recorded. All right, we get to work together live. We have a structured curriculum. What is trading? Market fundamentals, platforms, tools, resources, market structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators. I share 3A+ setups, understanding calls, puts, Greeks, navigating option chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing a trading routine, step-by-step trade execution, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, entry, exit, roadmap to consistency and growth. We're going to cover all that, right, in a 4 to 5 hour span. So you're going to have to carve out about 4 to 5 hours of your time. I'm doing the same, right? So we're both putting in that time into it. Technical analysis reference PDF. You get my PDFs. You get my the options PDF as well for you to take as a reference guide. You get free tools, resources, digital training journal available in the free tier Discord. You get my ebook, Shockwave 15 course as well. All right, so jam-packed bundle. All right, a lot of information coming at you fast, but the cool thing is you have access to the recording if you need to go back and watch. But this is primarily designed because since it's live, for you to interact. All right, so if there's something that you're not fully grasping, if you need an example, if you need further explanation, great time to ask. All right. If you want the self-paced course, okay, that's also available. Self-paced, you go through it on your own. That's available in the Discord, right? But this is what the giveaway is for. So the winner receives this. For you to claim the prize, I'll drop the link to the free tier Discord. Send me a message in Whoop. Okay. Send me a message in WAP. Okay. Send me a message in WAP with your email and the code word March. Your name, email, code word March. I'll take your email, add it to the list of the names I'm going to send emails out to. All right, I'll add you to the Google Classroom. You'll have access to the material. And then when it's time to go live tomorrow, you'll have access to you'll be sent the Google Meets link. All right, that's the giveaway. If you're interested in signing up, use the code early. I'm pretty sure the 5 spots are taken up already. Give it a shot if it's still available. If not, $99. That's the cost of right now, $99. We're looking at the SPY 0DT contracts. One out the money. 687s are $80. $87. All right. So transformational information, right? It's going to be great for you to build a foundation. And then we're going to have the more advanced boot camps. They're not going to take 4 to 5 hours. But this stuff, guys, I can't shortchange you and try to squeeze this into 2 hours or 1 hour. It's going to take that much time because there's a lot of things to learn. So it's going to accelerate your learning within 4 to 5 hours. Okay. So I look forward to all these students signing up, and anyone that does win, that's what the giveaway is for. So again, put your names in the chat if you're interested in the giveaway. SPY continues to trade at this yearly open, so you can get above it. If it can't, of course, that's resistance. On that note, guys, this one trade might just be done. All right. It's been a long week. you should be done as well. It's been a long month. And start preparing for March. All right. So, of course, I'll continue to provide the commentary, highlight opportunities, chart requests, as always. But first, let's get the giveaway. Break even for the day, run on the week, agree on the month. Beautiful job. So all three. But the main thing is agree on the month. So I'd rather be green on the month, break even on the day, red on the week, than red on the month, green on the week, and green on the day. So tremendous job, Firefly. Right, so March is upon us. In the very beginning of the year, guys, we call this the year of overflow. All right, so again, those commitments you made. Here, if you're looking to make a commitment for March, right, just a reminder for yourself. Okay, if you want to put it out there, you can put it out there, completely voluntary. All right, and for the ones who made those commitments, guys, go back and review them from time to time. All right, you don't need to wait a whole new year. You don't need to wait to 2027 to make resolutions. All right, or to make changes or refinements. All those things can happen tomorrow or even today. All right, like right now. Okay, so great job, team. Okay, giveaway time. Okay, so let me pull up the wheel. Okay. All right, let's erase all these names. Okay, so first name, we got Henry. We got Tim S. Thank you for your membership, Tim S. We got folks on YouTube members. Do keep in mind there's another chat for members only as well on YouTube. Donovan. Gabriel. John. Man. John M. Brandon. Any strikers want to jump in? Let me know. I think we had a couple of strikers win already. Elion, I got your email. If you're a striker and you won, just send me a DM. Gloria. Huey P. Bella F. Tim Dan. We got X. We got Hussein. We got Turbo. All right, we'll give it until 11:30. Okay, 11:30. We'll give it until 11:30. So keep putting your names in. I'll start putting them in. And if we can get 100 likes by 11:30, we already had close to 500 people stop by. We'll do 2 giveaways in one. All right, that's plenty of time for us to get 2 in 1. We got Beck. So let me put this here so we can look at SPY. So I'll continue to put your names in the draw, okay, on a separate screen. Close this out. Thank you very much. All right, we're starting to reject off that. We got Beck. We got Dave. We got Czar. We got Jessica. Okay. We got Beck, we got Dave, we got Jessica, we got Suda. Okay. Yeah, we're struggling to break this territory that yearly open, key level. Okay, we did grab first shift highs. This is very similar to the setup we saw yesterday. Inverse, flip it upside down. Yesterday we grabbed first shift's lows, we accelerated. Today we grab first shift's highs, we go to here. So but yesterday we had more space between where we started to grab those lows. We had a little more of a runway, but this thing already hit target. Right? Again, if you're taking a grab, rejection off a key level, ideally you want to target this area. That's the textbook area to take profit. Okay? That will grant you maybe 15 to 25%, depending on if you got it up here, depending on if you got that break to the downside. All right? The main thing is take profit. All right, that seems to be a big problem a lot of traders have, right? Because we're so conditioned to trying to chase these big gains. Remember, small plus small plus small equals big. Small plus small plus small equals big. Okay? And then again, scalpers, if it comes back to this territory, engulfing candle, the bounces, or nice bounce, where do you target? Here. Someone is looking for something beyond this, bigger moves, they need a break outside of this area. So they're just sitting on their hands. If someone is looking for expansion, you need to move outside of these areas. That makes sense. In between, scalpers exist. Okay, continue to put your names. Carlos, got you. Carlos. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Continue to like the video, subscribe. Let's get this, let's see if we can crack 3250. 3250. Okay, just chop, 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 chop on this Friday. Take a look at some of our names here. Check back on Netflix. All right, so buy the rumor, sell the news. Okay, Netflix gaps up, has some news. What do most retail traders do? Netflix is moving in the pre-market. Let's go long. Okay, if you haven't learned by now, avoid going long after a gap up and a news event. Very rarely does it continue to go up. Maybe a 20% chance. Instead, what does it do? It dumps. As it dumps, it continues to chop. All right. One of our team members already extracted profits on Netflix. 90+%. Okay. So that's the dangers. Okay, so news, sell the news. The classic case here. XYZ. Look at XYZ, same thing. XYZ, massive gap up. XYZ's block. Okay. Buyer step in. They start pumping it and then dumping it. All right. So those are the rules to the game. Rules of the game. What were some of the individual names for today? Let's take a look. How did Boeing play out? Let me close this massive candle. Okay, SoFi. SoFi, that inside candle. SoFi broke that inside candle. SoFi fell off a cliff. Good night, Nike. Below 63.78. Disney broke below it, starting to bounce. So see if Disney can have a reaction at 105.32. WMT. Looking to break the other side. Bounce off those EMAs. Boeing. Boeing ideas to go long on Boeing above these highs. It broke those lows and validated. Crocs. Broke those lows, continue to push. LUMN. Broke those lows, comes back at those lows, reclaims it. And Costco did break the lows, still inside. Netflix, ExxonMobil, peak above the daily upside breaker, ExxonMobil, Walmart, Apple, nice breakdown on Apple. Apple, retrace, reject, day downside breaker, Google. Google, very, very messy activity here. Structurally, is it setting up for a flag on Google? So we're at the equilibrium of the day. Keep an eye on Google. Palantir. Look at this whipsaw action on Palantir. Can Palantir hold above 130? 130. That exact level, 137.51. Look at the whipsaw action on Palantir, guys. Look at those candles. Pump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, 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 dump, pump, dump, pump, pump, dump. Nothing beyond 15 minutes. No 15-minute stretch. Tesla, chop, chop, chop. Now Tesla's looking to get back that 404. Hold level, see what kind of reaction we get off those lows. Retrace, reject. Or just want to use these lows as support and try to reclaim it. Amazon, nothing there, still inside. Nvidia. Good night, Nvidia. Intraday, if we just take this intraday activity into consideration, you can make the argument Nvidia is looking to potentially flag. Very similar to Google. Meta, okay. Meta did break below those lows. Prior day lows. AMD down 1%. TSM starting to go. SPY is starting to go. Okay, go, go, go. As soon as I saw it go, 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 I flipped it back to SPY. Question is, can we hold above that yearly open? Are there enough bulls now? Okay, you're back in trade wins. Okay. Okay, let me add you manually now. Give me 1 second. Okay, boom. Should be good now. Got it? Let me know if you're good. Give me a thumbs up in the on YouTube, and then or thumbs up in the chat if you're in. And welcome back. Second time. I would agree. Why not? Okay, I would agree with not trying to always find the big moves and holding on to long ones. Once I broke that habit, I started. There we go, guys. That's most of the trading. Most people, guys, if you've been trading for some time, if you have the fundamentals, relative understanding, the technicals, and some of the fundamental elements of options, right? And you're kind of over that learning curve, right? Or you're about to get over the learning curve. The biggest two problems is this. All right, your losses are undefined. They're still out of control, or you're not taking profit. So that's what it boils down to. These two, and based on these two, right, those two problems, it has like a domino effect to. It's caused by maybe greed. It's caused by FOMO, because hey, you know what? Since you got stopped out here, and then now internally, and say you get stopped out and it continues to go internally, it starts to create that FOMO. That hey, you know what? Next time I'll hold longer. I'll violate risk. Right. So, or if it's greed, hey, last time I had it, it continued to go. I took 20% profit, but it went to 500%. Right now, you don't take profit. So it just boils down to these two things. How well are you good at being wrong, meaning you're cutting those losses, and how often do you take profit? If you're terrible at risk management, it doesn't matter how much profit you make. It's a ticking time bomb. You're going to give it all back. Unless you're only going to trade once and you hit it big and never try to trade again. If you're going to trade again, if you're going to expose yourself to risk once again, expose a portion of your capital to risk again, the inevitable is brewing, which is giving everything back because of this. Once you get this down, you define your risk. Okay? And you know where to allocate it. You allocate the risk. You get better at it. So you allocate it to your high probability setups. You start getting better at that. And you start getting better at taking profits regularly. Okay? By default, okay, without you doing much, by default, you'll start to hover at break even or slightly above break even without doing much. Literally. Right, you'll get close to break even right there. So you're not changing anything too much, but you're just improving these two things, and you'll be very close to break even. That's a great place to be for a trader. You start to really refine your risk. You start to really refine your TPs. When I mean refine your risk is now you know what setups to take, how to make those risk assessments, and you really get good at that. Okay, you're on your way up. Right now you're existing above break even. Doesn't matter what strategy you trade. It doesn't matter what strategy it is. It can be a quant strategy, it can be ICT, it can be strat, it can be EMAs, it can be breakouts, breakdowns. If these things are not properly done, okay, it's a 100% guarantee. There's not a lot of guarantees in this industry, but if these two things are not guaranteed, it's a 100% guarantee. Within 90 days, you lose 90% of your capital. That's not my stat. That's the stat. And it has to do with your risk and it has to do with your TP. So it's almost like you'll be lucky to survive 90 days, 3 months, a quarter. So now the question is, how do you get past that 90? Right? These two. Risk management, define, allocate risk, defining and allocating risk. What do you do when you're red? Do you just completely unravel? Or do you have the framework in place to be resilient? Do you know when to stop? And of course, TP, taking profits. All right, so if you can start at these two, refining these two, Okay. And refining of course, the emotions they're not going to get removed. Feeling FOMO is not going to disappear. I feel FOMO too sometimes. But just because I feel FOMO, it doesn't mean I'm going to, it's going to trigger something for me to make a decision. I feel it, let it exist. If the FOMO is overwhelming, okay, I'll use the FOMO fuel, to look for some sort of way to catch that upside push. Maybe I'll say, hey, you know what? Let me see if I can get a pullback on a continuation. But the FOMO, I'm not going to chase on FOMO. I'm not going to chase the top or the bottom because of FOMO. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Can it work from time to time? Sure, anything can work from time to time. But over 100 trades, over a series of 100 trades, it's not going to work. All right? Some reason had a pro taking profit on my Weeble. Saw that red. But there's a green on Moomoo. Slight red on the day so far, 2 hours, so I can get back green. How's Moomoo? How's Moomoo? It's very similar to Weeble. I think the parent company is the same as Weeble, possibly. Weeble and Moomoo, right? They're Chinese companies. Of course, they're American companies, but they're Chinese. Okay, let's do the giveaway here in 4 minutes, guys. If you're interested in the giveaway, put your names in the chat. I do see you. Annie C. Or Ansi. All right, we got a bunch of names in the giveaway. Boot camp giveaway. Boot camp this Saturday. How we doing? I noticed when you said earlier you couldn't. Okay, we got that. Any questions, guys? Any questions on Google Meets? Any questions? And for those of you who want to get a preview of what the Google Meets looks like on YouTube, okay, the link is available in the free Discord. All right. I don't promote the free Discord too much because there was some spammers and scammers in there messaging the people there. But it is there. For the people that are in there, it is there. Okay, Richie, got you. Richie. All right. Massive brick wall up there. Yearly open. Now IV starting, not the IV. The ATR is starting to drop. We're sitting right at that 20. On the VIX, we're a SPY in relation to VWAP. We're starting to see the action we saw in second shift. Okay, let's go to first shift real quick. Past couple days. So every day I do post the daily recap, guys. So make sure to review that just to get that mental picture every day of how things played out. So yesterday, of course, massive drop to the downside, and we're starting to see this kind of action now. This type of action. The back and forth at key levels, the indecision, we're just flirting with key levels. We didn't really make a dramatic move to the upside. We're just grinding higher. Okay, very reminiscent to that was a nice drop there. A little reminiscent to the action that we did see on Friday, February 20th. This was OpEx. We had that massive cap. Who remembers this trade from last Friday? You guys remember this trade? that massive push to the upside. That was fun. So we're seeing some activity similar to this. We're just chopping around. We're kind of hanging out at some key levels up here. So see if you can get some structural breaks on a higher time frame. Okay, see if you can interpret the charts a little more cleanly on maybe the 5, the 15, so on and so forth. If we take a look at the 5, it's tit for tat. So when I say tit for tat, I mean there isn't a string of continuations. So this channel continues to press forward. Bulls continue to press forward. We're just going to extend it just like this, right? But the integrity of the channel remains, right? We're just still moving higher. You can make an argument if we just include those wicks. It's kind of tightening, possibly. That's the path they're taking. So remember that support. Continue to push, continues to grind. So for us to get north of 685.71 and start getting near that 686.50, that's about maybe a 79 cent runway. The VIX is going to need to collapse below 20 and start dropping. All right. New shift, guys. New shift. If you took a trade in second shift, let us know. Let us know how that went. Yes, bootcamp will be via Google Meets. All right, via Google Meets. That's how the bootcamp will be run. What are we looking at here? Let's shift our focus to NVIDIA. Hindsight bias, the brain remembers the ones that, oh no, on 10x after I sold, we'll forget that it dumped after it 100%. Yeah, the brain loves to do that. And there's a lot of hindsight analysis. We know the nature of our space is filled with hindsight analysis. I try to avoid the hindsight. That's the whole point of the real-time trading, right? It's like me firing up a stream after market close. It's like me starting to stream after market close and saying, hey guys, oh my, you should have seen this opportunity here. Wow, nice setup there. There was a candle here. Got that bounce. It continued to go. Whoa, that was 100% opportunity. Oh, hey, you know, this took place. Anyone can make that assessment after the fact. Matter of fact, you're just creating more FOMO amongst your viewers. Okay, you're just increasing the temperature on a FOMO. That's like, if you recall, sports radio. Right? I used to listen to sports radio a while back, a long time ago, but what you realize is they're critiquing the doers. They're critiquing the doers, the athletes who are actually out there doing something, and they're have the audacity, of course, as business, right, selling ads, to have an opinion and what athletes should do when they can barely get 3 feet off the 3 inches off the ground. Okay, I love that quote by Roosevelt, right? Man in the arena. Anyone know that? Anyone familiar with that? Okay, go pull up that quote and read it. So if you're a trader, you are in the arena. It's you versus the market. So when you get flooded with people who make videos with hindsight analysis, don't burden yourself to try to catch the trades that supposedly went. 9 times out of 10, right? They're just doing hindsight analysis. All right, they're not in the arena. So it's basically that they're sports commentators talking about the sport. So as the athlete, sometimes you can get distracted by the commentators. But at the end of the day, you are the athlete. And the thing is, an athlete can become a sports commentator, but a commentator can never become an athlete. Professional athlete. All right, giveaway time. Giveaway time. Any more names? So yeah, hindsight, guys, is just hindsight is a killer. So once you're done, take your profits and run. Neo, yeah, Neo. Doctor, you were in that when you cut. That's like they cut. We have to give that. We have to give it a term, a scientific term. Neo, yeah, Neo. I remember trading Neo back in like COVID days. Is Neo still? Let's take a look at Neo. I'll be surprised if Neo's above 10. I haven't taken a look at Neo in years. I'll be surprised if it's above $10. Okay, it's at $4. Yep, Neo, EV name. Now let's jump to the 12 month. So since I haven't seen it in many years. Anyone traded Neo before? During the COVID days, remember Neo was one of the staples. All right, so Neo, heyday Neo, $66.99. IPO price on Neo, around that 697 territory. So that's the open IPO Jan 19. So we ran up for from that IPO price within 3 years. We ran up for about 1,000%. 1,000% run up on Neo. Of course, the EV frenzy. The EV market was bubbling. We had names like, if you recall, Nikola. Who recalls Nikola? The whole fiasco with that CEO, right? Fake trucks that weren't even operational. Okay. And then, of course, as the EV bubble popped, this is why Tesla's more than an EV company. The reason why it is because the publicly traded EV names in the market, the bubble popped, but Tesla has not popped. So therefore, Tesla is more than EV. All right, EV is an element, but it's more than EV. All right, so now, of course, Neo's now how many percent from its all-time highs? 92%. So what are some recent examples of something recovering from 92%? One case is, of course, Carvana. So the question becomes, can Neo, within the next 12 to 18 months, pull a Carvana? Right, that's basically what the thesis is. Can Neo, in the next 12 to 18 months, pull a Carvana? Right? If it can do that, if you do believe in that story, if you're waiting for that yearly breaker, which means the most amount of confirmation, Neo above $8.03, basically $8. And then we start to see a reversal on the yearly. That's when the yearly reversal will be triggered. Until then, everything's at those lows. Of course, you have to do the fundamental due diligence, so on and so forth. Okay, so this is the IPO price, just general IPO price. So say you put $1,000 in Neo in 2018, and you wake up, you look back, it's 2026. Okay, your $1,000 is now maybe $9,500. Okay. If you took profit, of course, good. If not, that's where it is. On the quarter, Neo on the quarterly did trigger those lows. So Neo's direction on the quarter. We're seeing some selling on Neo. We're seeing some last minute of buyers off those lows. Quarter still has 1 month left. So if you're looking for that quarterly reversal, possibly temporary reversal above those highs, 541. Now that 541 is basically January's highs, right? So if we just trade between where we are for March, so we just continue to chop around for March, right? Just chop around this territory. We don't get above that 541, and that 541 level is that quarterly level, right? Of course, you can, if you like NEO off the dip buys, that's all the way down there. But with dip buys, you don't know if the dip continues to dip, right? So these are some of the break levels, right? For March, we chop around. Maybe we trade in the jaws of this inefficiency here. Okay, we chop around. We hold these lows. We don't get below $3. March closes out. January highs, 541 will be critical. If we can do that, then now we're seeing a reversal on the quarterly time frame. The yearly is still not up for grabs yet, right? If we can get that reversal on the quarterly, okay, see if we can work its way to the IPO price. If you get above that IPO price, maybe there's a chance there. What's going to maybe fuel NEO is maybe some sort of catalyst, maybe some sort of earnings catalyst can fuel it. If we take a look at the weekly, again, weekly having a hard time getting above those levels. Right. Of course, if you're looking to get it off the lows, dip buys, say you did your fundamentals and it checked out, difference between a dip buy and difference between a break. Dip buys are all the way down here. All right, 306, 376. Just because the stock is cheap, it doesn't mean it's valuable. Okay, so Eli Lilly can be $1,000. Costco just crossed below $1,000. Someone can look at Costco and say Costco is expensive. Someone can look at NEO and say NEO is cheap because it's $3. Right? But the fundamentals will tell you otherwise. Right? So we from a fundamental perspective, low price does not always mean cheap. Right? So that's the analysis on NEO. Above 803, things can get interesting. That yearly upside breaker. We'll leave that alert just in case. All right. Now what a trap. Vicious. Right. They trap all those prior shift highs. All the trap setups want to work today. I believe it was on Tuesday or Wednesday. I took like 2 or 3 traps. None of them worked. I could have done a better job, of course, waiting for the confirmation close. But this is the kind of setups I was looking for that day. All right. Okay, giveaway time. Absolutely, guys. If you're done for the week, be done. Have a blessed weekend. Take some time to review. Again, don't spend 16 hours out of your 48 hours on the charts. Spend about an hour and a half, at least 45 minutes reviewing your week, reviewing your month, going over your journal. The technical side, I'll try to. We'll the technical side, we got that under control. All right, technical side, we have that in the bag. Everything between the ears, you have to do the heavy lifting on that side. Okay, of course, equip yourself with the technical side. Learn. If you're looking to accelerate your knowledge, if you're still on the beginning phase. But once you get over that hump, everything is just between the ears. Regardless of what you trade, whether you're strat, whether you're smart money, whether you're EMAs, whether you're classic patterns, whether you're pure indicators, whether you're channels, whether you're breakouts, breakdowns, manipulation, whether it's liquidity grabs, whatever you want to call it. Right? The psychology remains the same. The between the ears activity remains the same. That's universal. I no longer know it. A good cut. And especially when it's going into like shift highs, very rarely does it continue to go, so it's always a good cut. Is it a good idea to buy options for the long term? It's 3 to 12 months. If you see something that is deemed worthy, absolutely, right? Those contracts are going to be more long term. So when you are looking to buy a name long term, right? It's like if you're looking to buy, say, Nvidia long term, right? So you'll do your fundamental due diligence. You have time to do it. You'll mark out your levels. So instead of buying the stock itself, right? If you buy the option, okay, it gives you a little more leverage. But that long term has an expiration date on it. All right, that's a good idea to do that, to do some leaps, right? Leaps, swing trades. So the options, anything beyond 12 months is leaps. All right, so giveaway time. Let's do the giveaway, guys. Let's do the giveaway. Is it not letting you paste screenshots here? Permission should be there. Should be enabled. I can check the back end. Okay, giveaway time. What do you mean manipulation strategy? Manipulation is basically you're trading the algorithmic movement of the price. So when you think of manipulation, you're thinking of the market always being efficient. So you're looking at it from the lens of market efficiency. All right. So if you're looking at the market from a standpoint of efficiency, all right. So market is efficient. If we can all agree the market is efficient, our job now becomes to identify areas on the chart where the market is acting inefficiently. Market is efficient. Okay. There's nothing for us to do. If you're manipulation, smart money, algorithmic style trader. If the market is moving efficiently, there's no opportunity. When the market is moving inefficiently, that's where opportunity is. So when it starts moving inefficiently, okay, you have inefficiencies. Okay, you have inefficiencies. You have areas on the chart where there's liquidity. So it can gravitate towards those areas to rebalance price. So for instance, say the market is doing this. Nice push, and then it drops. Right? And then it wants to target those highs up here. There's a lot of liquidity up there. Okay, so the price gets driven all the way up here. And then once it gets driven up there, right, it becomes inefficient, and then now it's efficient again. Okay, when the structure is moving within the structure, you're going to have candlesticks that reflect the interaction between those buyers and sellers, and then in those candles, you're going to see moments of inefficiency, or there's spaces between the candles. Okay, almost imbalances. Okay, when you see big space between those candles, right, it creates inefficiency. So those are signs where when the market is inefficient and is off balance. So in those conditions, okay, simply put, your trading strategies such as manipulation, such as retracements into inefficiencies, reactions off inefficiencies, to make the market rebalanced and more efficient. That's the core of manipulation and inefficiencies and algorithmic strategies. At the core, that's what it is. Everything else is the how. Okay, so that's the manipulation. So if you're trading manipulation, something like this, those grabs, you're playing those grabs because at some point, the algorithms take over. Okay? During some point of the day, algorithms take over. What we can see, we get above those highs, we manipulate, we grab those highs. Now it wants to find an area where it can become more efficient. And we have these lows down here. So it doesn't want to get back to these lows to rebalance. When it gets back to these lows, it becomes inefficient. Okay, it becomes inefficient, and then it comes back in, gets back into there, and it becomes efficient again. So your arbitrage opportunity lies here and there, if that makes sense. All right. So it's a little more. There's more to it than that, of course. There's a little more advanced technicals, and there's a few other things you want to do. But just 10,000 foot overview. That's the whole premise behind those kind of strategies. I'm trying to share my chart, not having permission. Let's see. See if it's see if I can fix it. 1 second. Okay, giveaway. Let's do the giveaway and I'll fix that. Okay, giveaway time, guys. Giveaway. First winner. How many likes have we got so far? Okay, here it is. First winner is. Do we have any more entries? Let me check the chats. Okay. Okay, so that's all of our contestants. Do I have everyone? Strikers, okay. What did I miss? You didn't miss much. We're basically back to that yearly open. Market has basically been flat all year. All right. First winner is Richie. Richie's the winner. Richie's in our on our team, so congrats, Richie. Richie. Okay, there we go. Okay, second go. We will have another giveaway if we have 100 likes. Okay. This is Neo. Oh yeah, we did the Neo breakdown. In the chat on YouTube. Put in the chat, what is your style of trading? Do you use EMAs? Are you a trend trader? Are you a strat trader? Are you a smart money trader? Are you continuation trader, reversal trader, bull flag, bear flag, textbook pattern trader? So what, in a few words, few sentences, or just a few words, how would you define your trading? Is it key level based? Yeah, these candles, and the thing is the ATR is going lower slowly going lower. So I have no interest in these, and I'm not a big fan of when the candles don't have that clean velocity behind them. Right? It's just like they're iffy. Momentum trader with some technicals, okay, for Sol Invictus domain. All the retail, what they're doing, guys, all of retail is giving back their profits from the month. That's all it is. They're coming for retail's profit. The ones who are not properly trained, all the money they made during this month, right? They didn't size down. They decided to come back and trade last day of the week, last day of the year. They think they got it figured out. They start clicking too many buttons, giving back too much, and now they got to commit, right? Meaning, you notice a lot of traders, we start to commit when we're in drawdown. When we start to get into drawdown, we start to get more aggressive, which is really interesting. Right, that's our natural tendency. All right, because it's almost becomes like a race to make everything back. 3 steps confirmation: previous day low, previous day low retracement. That's a good strategy. 100% doctor. Who's done? I'll be done for the day, guys. I'll be done. I'm done for the day, week, and month. Last day of the week, last day of the month. Okay. Back to that yearly open. That's going to be up for grabs. Who wants it more? It's going to be determined by how much separation we create. Initially, we rejected off it multiple times. We finally get above it, trap those longs, fall back below it. We come into this key zone here. We bounce off that key zone. Is it enough to sustain us above that yearly open? If it is, we need to address these highs up here, 686.26. Get above those, 686.50. Then we'll be in business. All right, but first things first, those highs up there and these highs there. Support resistance intraday plus swings. Okay. Make sure to like the video, guys. Our first winner, Richie. Richie sent me a DM. Now make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Okay, VIX back below 20. So we can correlate the VIX 20 with this yearly open as of now. There's a close correlation with those two. Okay. Okay, got you, my friend. We'll do the poll here shortly. Okay. For those of you having a hard time joining the Discord, some of you are getting errors. I'm going to drop the link to the Discord directly and then join there. Follow that link and you can join through there. Okay. That link is going to be good for 3 days. So you have to use it within 3 days here. Use it within 3 days. You should be good to go. Okay. Use it within 3 days. Calls or puts here, to be honest, could go either way. I want to see sustained separation from the VIX. All right, when it's middle of the day, what I like to do is I like to keep my ideas at the very edges. So play the traps or play the expansion. Everything in between will stay clean. The waves on the 5 are still waving. They have not been compromised yet. Let's go back to our 5 yet. 5 minute. Look at this 15, guys. It's an ugly 15 minute chart. Okay, this thing already ran up the upside, and now it's running out of fuel. So separation from here is what we need. So this runway kind of almost tagged those highs, came right to there. So they put up an effort. So we saw some big takeaways from February was this. The opportunities are early and often. Patience is key. There's a lot of fake outs. Clean moves did take place. Right? So if you notice the last 2 days, especially for that first trade, I've been as patient as I can be. Right? And it will start to give you those reads. You'll start to get your reads. Okay? I'm going to take a quick coffee refill break. Let's listen to our friends at CNBC. If you have any chart requests, any questions, put in the chat. I'll answer those questions and do those charts when I see in the chat. And let me know what time frame you're looking at. If it's a long-term, swing, leap, whatever it is, I can do a more specific analysis for you. Okay? In the meantime, guys, let's get to 100 likes. 100 likes is the goal. Our community grew tremendously on YouTube this week. So welcome aboard to our new viewers. If you've been tuning in for 1 or 2 episodes, welcome back. If you're on the 3 to 5 episode mark, right, take advantage of the trial, jump in, access the resources. Use the code trial30. We're at 83, guys. We can get to 100 by 12:30. All right, we already had over 600 people stop by. We can get there by 12:30. Let's take a listen to CNBC. We'll go refill the coffee, and then we'll take it from there. I think we're going to have to get a coffee sponsor. Okay. Coffee sponsor. Okay. We'll be back.
PPI was hotter than expected. Tech's unsettled. Financials are down. The VIX is up again. Robbie, this is a tough market all the way around. You're looking at the worst month for the S&P since April. NASDAQ on pace for its worst month in nearly a year. Tech's on track for its 4th straight down month. That's the longest streak since 2018. You get the first chance to weigh in on these markets.
Well, there's no question it's jittery. You can have good reports from companies like NVIDIA. Really doesn't matter. It's been driven by sentiment in market headlines almost entirely. And I think what we've been trying to do through this is prioritize diversification and an emphasis on more durable cash flows and reasonably valued companies. We all have to know that volatility is a part of a bull market as it ages. Does not mean it's over. It just means that it's aging, and sentiment's going to drive in the near term, and fundamentals are going to drive long term. What we've seen is a re-rating of fundamentals, and so now you have some of the best growth companies in the world trading at more attractive levels. That it was almost a necessary and healthy reset. And underneath the surface, you've seen a lot of change. The market has broadened out. The indices are not down that much for the year. Obviously, the headlines are. We all kept asking each other on this show all the time, Scott, can the market do okay without these big names? Guess what? I would argue it's done okay. Nearly all active managers, or many active managers, are beating the indices.
Well, it feels worse than it is, to your point.
Yes.
3 of the 4 majors are green year to date. The Russell's up almost 6. The Dow's up 1 3/4. It's just been really choppy. Jimmy, it's been really volatile.
Yeah.
The Nasdaq's down 2 1/3% to start the year. It just feels worse than that.
Yeah, and I think there's an obvious reason, Scott, why it feels worse than that, which is that the leaders over the last 3 years have been, for the most part, really sucking wind this year. Pick whichever stock, Amazon, Microsoft. I mean, these are big, important stocks. But to the point that you and Rob were just making, I'll add this data point that the equal weight S&P 500 is up a little under 6% year to date. So the average stock is doing well.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 months positive.
And in an uptrend.
9 out of 10 months.
Yeah.
For the equal weight. This is not a newer phenomenon.
Yeah.
This has been the way it's been going.
So we take some comfort from that, but let's also be, very frank that this has been a lousy week kind of across the board from the news flow. And I don't care if you look at Block 40% layoffs, like that should give somebody pause, like what's going on there? Yes.
It's given a lot of people pause. We'll get to that, obviously.
And I will just quickly say, okay, we have a cushion. We have a cushion in the macroeconomic indicators so that, for instance, if you look at jobless claims, that would say, hey, there's not a problem. We have things like concerns about private credit, which I know we'll get into later. On the other hand, we're in a situation where interest rates are low. The Fed wants to be accommodative. We have the PPI, as you mentioned, Scott, not a good read today. By no means was it a good read. On the other hand, the CPI is not exactly flashing a warning sign. And just to sum this up, under the heading of cushions, this does not look like a market or an economy that needs rate cuts. We've got 3% projected GDP growth this year. We've got profit growing around 15% right now. So I don't think this is a market that really needs rate cuts, which are certainly in doubt.
I'd say the big news of the day is there are just many things that are on the list of the big news items of the day. Perhaps none bigger than the OpenAI raise, under $10 billion, $730 billion valuation. And of course, the strategic partnership and investment from Amazon, $50 billion. Amazon, by the way, is pacing for its worst month since December of 22. And as you'll find, as I go down the list of the mega cap names, it's going to be the worst month since. I mean, Microsoft, 5th down month, longest losing streak since 09. Obviously, some of the others, Alphabet, worst month since last March. But Kev, I'll come to you first on this story of the day, the arms race that just continues to ramp up, and these investments and these big numbers that continue to get thrown out. Angst be darned in this market. These companies don't care how investors feel about the money that is being spent, or they wouldn't be doing it because they feel it's worthwhile, as you continue to hear, as you did again today from Andy Jassy of Amazon. They think they need to spend this money, and they need to invest it in places like OpenAI.
Yeah, Scott, you had Andy and Sam on the heels of Jensen Huang saying the same thing, that this is by no means over and that this hyper spending will continue. But we're not seeing that reaction in the stocks. We're seeing a complete opposite to what we did for 3 years, where the Mag 7, 8, 9 ran the party.
Okay. Back. So again, we need separation away from the 20. On the VIX, we probably can get a separation away from this yearly open. So we're back to being flat on the year, of course. We did see a lot of back and forth here, so let's see if that nice little push could lead to a nice little pump, at least into 685.50 hold. And of course, that opens up the gateway for a potential push into that yearly open, a weekly open. So who wants it? The question is, who wants it more, right? Who wants it more? Up for grabs. We've been using that analogy all week. The Bulls versus Bears. Who remembers the score? Anyone keeping track? Monday. Who won? Right, Monday, it was the Bears. Okay, Tuesday, 5-game series. The Bulls came in strong. They won. They followed that with back-to-back wins on Wednesday. Thursday, Bulls push back. Okay, Bulls push back. And then Friday, it's a tie. This series is tied. And Friday is here. It's a close game. All week it's been a close game. It's a nail biter. If it's a close game all week, more than likely means there's a lot of back and forth. A couple of clean moves here and there, expansion. Okay, not for the entire day, maybe for a shift, maybe for an hour, and then a slight reversion or a complete reversion back to those levels. So what are we thinking for the rest of the day, guys? Rest of the day. Do the Bulls take over, take charge, or do the Bears take the lead and build on the momentum going into March? The weekly open, it's going to be the point differential. All right, so on the weekly open, we're still red. The Bears have scored more points than the Bulls up to this point. All right, so today's up for grabs. That's the kind of week it's been. That's the kind of week it's been. Did take one trade today. Nice double-digit pop. Runners couldn't really run. But a one-and-done day. Very similar to the action we saw yesterday. Yesterday, first shift, one trade. I did decide to take a couple of more trades in one area and got stopped out. But so you can see win rate does fluctuate. So if you're overly concerned with your win rate, right? One day you can have 100% win rate. Next day, I believe it was Wednesday. I believe it was Wednesday or Tuesday, where I got stopped out 5 times. All right. So stopped out 5 times on Wednesday. All right. Go back, watch the episodes. I might not have the chance to do the summary. It takes me like 2-3 hours to put the videos together. I might not have enough time to do the recap. We got the boot camp this weekend. We have Stocks After Dark. That's coming back every Sunday for members, guys, around 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Eastern. In our Discord, we will be having Stocks After Dark. What that is, we go over some names primed to move going to March. We're going to draw the levels out. We're going to draw the levels out for SPY, draw the levels out for the Qs, draw all the levels out. We have new weekly, monthly levels. We're going to go over some key names. We're going to do a recap of the week, recap of the month. We're going to do somewhat of a forward-looking forecast of what we could look for, go over seasonality, and, of course, some trade ideas as well. Q&A as well, questions about the charts, questions about how to navigate the community, whatever it is. That's your time to really ask your questions, share your ideas, so make sure to join us for our strikers. Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, we'll start doing that on those Sunday nights, okay? So we can prepare for the week, prepare for the month, and look to make March, dominate March as much as possible. We're going to take March piece by piece, shift by shift, day by day. Eventually equals week by week, and before you know it, the month ends. The chat is split. The chat is split between 50-50. The poll, I'm going to end the poll here. So the question was, bullish or bearish during 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern. All right, so 50% said bullish, 50% said bearish. 101 votes, so that's an indictment of the action that we're seeing now. So the entire chat was on the money as far as what kind of activity we're getting. Market's indecisive, chat's indecisive. Poll question for the second poll question is going to be monthly performance. Green. Red. Okay, monthly performance. Okay, let's go for it. Not your weekly, but your monthly. Not your daily, but your monthly performance. It's got a good read on the chat. How you guys are doing? %. That level is very, very strong. Separation is going to be critical, guys. So we need the VIX to separate away from this 20. If we can create that sustained separation, we have a good chance of creating nice separation away from this. That yearly open. If it stays at that 20, more than likely we separate, grab lows, gravitate towards it, get near highs, gravitate back towards it. So zigzag. I have the gut feeling since this morning that the bulls will take over. Now not looking so great. Still a lot of time left. Still about 3 hours and some change, right? 3 hours and some change. 3 hours and 45 minutes? 3 hours and 46 minutes left. So still up for grabs. The week is up for grabs. Who's done for the day, guys? If you're done for the day, put done. I don't see a lot of dones in the chat. Are we still looking for opportunities? Holding that call position, 1006. 1006, where are we? 1006. So this one, okay, the first idea. Did those contracts ever exceed 35% return? Maybe they peaked into maybe 30. High 20s, low 30s. Oh, not at the money, a little further out. Okay. All right, we're coming into those lows. We're starting to see the VIX create that separation. All right, see if it's sustained. Look at the wicks on the 15. Look at this, guys. All these wicks. Wick City here. Look at all these towers. Okay, downtown Wick City. Okay, all these towers. All right, do we have enough fuel from that drop to really break below these lows? We're getting about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 consecutive minutes of selling. See some selling across the indexes. Keep in mind those are the shift lows. The official prior shift lows are here. Do they have enough to break that? VWAP is right there as well. VWAP is right there. That bounce does look appealing. They've been coming to that territory, hold. Trap some shorts. The smart shorts are in up here. That breakdown there. See if they make the last minute shorts pay. If I go hammer there, I'll probably take this with very small size lotto. Okay, in that area, if we fall below 684.11, I'll give them credit. We're testing that VWAP. I'll accept that we're selling off. We're testing the VWAP on the SPY. We're testing the VWAP on the Qs. See if it's just extension and then push back the upside. Keeping a close eye on that territory. If it's just slice and dice, there's nothing there. See if you get a nice push. Nice push. Ideally, I want the Qs to hold 605.86. 605.86. If it just continues to sell off, I'll respect it. I'll respect it. The hourly selling off, so this is going against the hour. See if any buyers step in, at least reclaim VWAP. No reclaim. We'll let it be. Look at the 686s for a nice high risk bounce. Betting that the selling stops in this area. Okay, we had a nice little hammer there. I'll be there for it. I want to see at least a close above 684.36. If the Qs also give up VWAP, then that's going to put some more pressure on us to get back above VWAP. This might start to continue here. Okay, let's see if we get a nice little bounce there. Wow, look at this, guys. How many minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 minutes. 18 minutes of straight selling. But that was highly correlated with that separation from the VIX. All right, so it looks like there's nothing there for me. 19 minutes now. Down she goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, wow. That 19 minutes? No, 1. Sorry, 12 minutes. I don't know where I got 19 from. 12 minutes. Qs have VWAP 605.86. If the Qs give up VWAP as well, they'll join the rest of the indexes below VWAP. Hourly's going south, 15 going south. No buyers there. We do have prior shift lows here. So this is the point where we can identify if this is inefficient. We grab those lows and retrace for some efficiency. Okay. All right, just by using price action confirmation, right? No setup, no trade. You can like something. If you tie price action to it, we'll filter out if you're going to go for it or not, rather than blindly going for it. Qs, we're below VWAP on the Qs as well. Look at that, guys. So the story of separation away from the yearly open and this separation away from the 20 on the VIX really, truly showed its hand and played out. FIGs, uptrend right now. So let's go back to our 5-minute chart. Okay, remember that channel that we're using? We kind of violated that channel. We're back below that area. And now it's turning into a free fall. Okay, so nothing here. Nothing there. Daily open. Magnet is here. Magnet day means at some point in time during the day, or multiple points in time during the day, we get really high, we get far away from magnet zone, and we come back to it. We get below it, we come back to it. My goodness, guys. Anyone in puts by any chance? If you are, I don't think I've seen this kind of a sell-off on the one all week. Just direct 15 minutes. I mean, every 1 minute candle. All right. Holding through these swings, the swings back and forth these days, guys, very, very tough. Got to pick your spots. And I'll try to replicate last Friday. Grab low, VWAP. Yep, that was a play last Friday, right? Only difference is last Friday. Okay, we're starting to see that grab, guys. That grab. If it starts to hold, if it can hold above that, I want to see if we can hold above it. If we start going the other way, I'll take the Lotto 686s. See if we can continue to push. If you're waiting for the 5, wait for the 5 to close. See if we can get that continue push. That's in the face of the waves. So if you're a trend trader, you're probably waiting for this to come into the wave and fall a little lower. I just want the VIX to kind of die down just a little bit here. Just a little bit. Okay, starting to go. That grab is playing out. If you can reclaim VWAP, that's going to be the biggest obstacle here. The Qs are about reclaim VWAP. The Qs reclaim VWAP. SPY can reclaim VWAP 684.31. That'd be a good sign. The Qs, see if the Qs can start getting lifted here. Okay, SPY going to VWAP. Trying to reclaim that territory after that grab. Okay, I'll take it right there. A little bit of a late entry, but it's a lotto. See if we can go. So I want no lows to be made here. No lows, no new lows. Okay. So if you recall, I want to get the entry all the way here. The waves are there, so I have to be mindful of that. See if we don't violate these lows here. No new lows. So in this case, invalidation on my end would be retrace reject. So these are lottos, so I'll see how they play out. My risk would be all the way here. Maybe that's 20, 25%. All right. I want the VIX to start catching up to it. I want the Qs to stay above 605.86. If you got that ideal entry there, you're probably in the green already. Okay, see if you can start to go here. Reclaim VWAP decisively. This is right here. It's make or break. 684.31 is the VWAP. I like how the Qs are going. Go, go, go. If we can get above this orange box, right, we'll start to move. Big obstacle here. We're starting to see the VIX going south. That's good. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. If you're waiting for a VWAP reclaim, your time to shine is 684.31. Right, you want to see if you can get a strong close above that. However you play the reclaim, we're right there. If you got that grab exactly, you have the best seat in the house. Okay, you got the best seat in the house. So we need to close above VWAP here. Close above VWAP. On the 5, and we'll be good to go. This is a critical area. Still not fully in the clear. Still not fully in the clear. All right, because I want this to start working its way into here. All right, so what are some obstacles? Of course, retrace, reject, push lower. Okay, start to fade that VWAP, starting to reject off of it. See if we can absorb that. See if these lottos can work. Yeah, we did a giveaway today already, guys. Another giveaway, 100 likes if you're just jumping in. Second trade of the day. Using significantly less size here. Like a lotto. Did see about minus 10, 12%. I got a continuation entry. Trying to see if we get that nice push into this territory for that reclaim. So if I were looking for that perfect entry, I'll probably try to get that reclaim in this level here. And then my risk would be that invalidation. Like how the Qs are going here. So do we get back above 684.49, 684.55? If we can, we're in business. If we can't, we start to fade. 5 minute needs to close above VWAP. We got a minute left. So for 1 minute, we need to stay above 684.35. Anyone in the lottos, 90% SPY put. Beautiful job, Turbo. Good, good, good. Out call, small red, done for the day. Beautiful, beautiful. Good management. Let's see if we can get that more buyers to step in here. So buyers, buyers, buyers. See if they can push it. The waves are strong. Might be a retrace reject. Leaning towards being a retrace reject. I want this price to stay above this level here. Stay above that daily open. The 5 start to reverse, but we have that major the support turn resistance, turn support. So the 5 is starting to show some signs of a push, but it's getting some pushback. So this new 5-minute candle, guys, this low can't get broken. That 683.93 cannot get broken. That would be tough to come back from the standpoint of that breaks and buyers need to start piling in. That would be tough, so we need to start to go here. Go, go, go. Okay, we need some follow through behind that spike. I like that spike, but we need some follow through behind that spike. That looks like manipulation here. You can see this? All right, see if we get that nice push. I like how the VIX needs to go lower. The actions start to wake up right here, guys. So right at this level, it could go either way. So we need to continue to push. It did flash a little bit of green, maybe 8 to 9% last I saw. Okay, so no close below here. That'd be relatively conservative, maybe a 10-15%. But the fact that it had that manipulative candle, we need to follow that up. Follow that up, or we can start to slide. This 5-minute candle cannot go bright red. It will turn to a retrace reject because it rejected off those EMAs. It's not looking good here. Down 18, down 19, down 20. If it closes below those lows, then I'll cut these. Cut this. If you can stay above it, see if you can flip that candle. So it did get as high as all the way up here, but you saw that manipulation. Anyone see that manipulation candle right there? So things are starting to get active here. So it looks like they're coming back from lunch break. The buyers and sellers, they're trying to hit the button. See if we can sit through that. Okay. So if this is a regular trade, I'm not sitting through this, right? I'm looking for my area to get involved. I did see 9, so you get that continue to push, and then I'll be out. All right. If you did take this, TP where you need to. Did flash 9. If it's a runner, if you're in the runner, do what you need to do. I mean, if you're in the lottos, do what you need to do. These are lottos. The nature of lottos is high risk. What's going on here, guys? A lot of back and forth. So do we reclaim it or do we reject? Put in the chat. Reclaim or reject? Reclaim or reject? Okay. I want to close above VWAP. That's what I want to see. We're starting to make some strides above this level. Anyone on TP already? Preferably no close on that area. No close here. See how much you have to sit through? Okay, so see if you can get that continued push. This is where the real move is. Above here into yearly open. What we need the VIX to do is VIX gravitate back towards 20. Okay, VIX gravitate back towards 20. All right, so break that decisively. Break it decisively above 684.80. Okay, TP where you need to. Scale out if you need to, guys. 12, that's a good scale out for me. Fill that 15. Okay, down to runners. Let's pay for my time a little bit. And then now I want it to hold above VWAP. Okay, hold above VWAP. As long as it holds above VWAP, I'll see if I can hit that target up here. It's already TP'd at 15. If you took that dollar sign in the chat, had to sit through a little back and forth. If you want to hold this for as long as you want, if it's a lotto, if you took some off already, or if it's a complete lotto, make or break, 100%, do what you need to do. Now we need the VIX to start getting to 20 as we approach that 685.71. And this is an example of the manipulation type of setup. Market becomes inefficient. We take it to the center there. Up 21 there. Okay, let's see if we can stack on top of that. Stack, stack, stack. Reclaim those EMAs on the 5. Love how the Qs are going. So you see how we timed that trade. We defined our risk well, timed that trade. Okay, it's at those highs. I can start to pull back slightly. Do what you need to do. Still up 15%. Preferably stay above 684.80. I don't want it to get back below VWAP. Okay, that'll be my fine line in the sand. Respect this territory. Anyone take that? Okay, looks like everyone is on cash. Good, good, good. Just a lotto, one for the road, one last trade. And that'll be the last trade of March, guys. Not March, February. If the waves are waving, I'm going to ride the wave. I'm going to ride the wave and use the VWAP. Go, go, go. There we go. Up 27. So this is a textbook setup. Yesterday we talked about the setup. Some of you caught it. I missed it yesterday, but it played out nicely. Caught it today. 20+% opportunity, guys. More than enough. Let's see if the waves can hold. VWAP folds. Okay, I'll be out of there. So runners just can't run today. Keep in mind on the 5, we are testing the 20 EMA and the 9 EMA. Took 602 put lotto, 27 cents. 602. When did you take them? Earlier or now? These contracts go in the money. If SPY can get to 684. No, SPY can get to 686. These contracts, if we continue to push, of course, these contracts, perfect world, will be valued at around 150 to 160 bucks. So if SPY can make a $2 move within the next, or lean towards making a $2 move during the shift, they can start to go. If it gets back below VWAP and closes, then I'll close out. Okay. I've already been compensated for my time and effort. So thank you once again, SPY. So see if runners can run. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like. VWAP is the trailing stop. 684.32. Let's get the likes up. So 2 trades today. Both trades worked in our favor. Just runners just can't run. Today, the action is just no marathon runners today. Okay. I'll close out there. All right. So no dramatic movement on the runners. A little before VWAP and watch it run now. All right. Okay, now that I left, I think it's going to go, guys. It might be a good sign. Maybe I was weighing it down. All right. Maybe I was writing it down. It's all jokes. Just make sure to take profits where you need to. All right. If we get back below VWAP, you know what that turns into, guys? That turns into rejection out those EMAs. So we took advantage of this pop. Right, so we're targeting those EMAs to see if we can get above it and go. Great. If not, right, our time is over. It's at VWAP currently. And the action is moving, guys. It's moving and grooving. That'll be the last trade, right? So Ray was able to take it to these highs. Not enough to get it into yearly open. VIX is now headed north, so the conditions have changed. We fell below critical level. Okay, no longer in the position. So 2 trades today, both calls. Did sit through a little bit of drawdown here, right? So I was okay with the drawdown as long as this 683.31 didn't collapse. All right. And that's pretty much it. That is going to be the day. That is going to be the month. 2 trades today, both worked in our favor. But we're taking the same setups. So the other day when I took those setups to the downside, I got stopped out. I was taking the same setups. Just because I get stopped out on a particular day, right, I'll just look for more confirmation, but I'll take the same setup. Okay? You have to trust your setups. If the Qs give up VWAP, all right, those are going to start to move. Beautiful job, Brad. Brad called out those puts. Brad is living large, those 602s. Now you just need the 605.90 to break down. If you got those puts at the very top of that, if you got those puts at that 607, above 607, above 606.84, and that territory, you're living large. Again, this is Lotto hour. If you don't know, Lotto is just using very small amount of contracts, widening your risk slightly. Okay, I'll say slightly with quotes because some people can use 100%. I usually give it to 30, 40, sometimes 50, depending on the occasion. But this one I was looking for 20, 25, 30-ish. And now no violation of these lows. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? How many likes have we got so we can do the next giveaway? March, we're going to kick off March. It's going to be a great way to kick off March. You're going to be able to trade with our team, trade with us. Commentary is available, data is available, ideas are available. So you definitely want to lock in for March and give yourself the best chance to succeed. Zoom out here. When in doubt, zoom out. High, high, low. So you get a lower low, get back to magnet. So if all the conditions remained true, we continue to head to that 20 on the VIX, right? Then we can continue to see if we can move to that yearly open. The fact that we're continuing to make strides away from it, right? That leads us to make strides away from that yearly open and back towards that magnet, back to where we started. So today, right? Remember, it's a 5-game series. All right, it's 2-2 between the Bulls and Bears. This is a nail-biting, close game, back and forth, low scoring. It's a low-scoring, defensive game. Game 5 of the series. So let's see who can pull it off. Okay, let's see who can pull it off. 44%. Let's go, Brad. Beautiful job, Brad. Once again, just rinse and repeat. Double dip for Lynn. All right. When your profits make profits, your profits have babies, right? Or generational profits, right? You use your profits to the same name. You double dip, continues to go. Netflix is on a push up to the upside. Beautiful, beautiful. The fact that you went further out was very smart. Give yourself some time. Netflix up 11%. Of course, we know why. ExxonMobil going. Okay, Walmart above that daily upside breaker. Walmart 127.32 retest. Price action combination. Nice volume spike in that area. Can present an opportunity. Apple. What's Apple doing? Good night, Apple. The forbidden fruit continues to fall. Right, retrace, reject, first leg, compression, breakdown, lows of the day. Google, flat as can be, continues to trade in this channel. Palantir, same thing, right at that equilibrium. Tesla, lows of the day. Amazon, equilibrium. Nvidia continues to basically trade in this channel, give or take, near the lows of the day. Meta headed towards lows of the day. Ugly action on Meta. Nvidia, even worse action on Nvidia. Look at those candles. TSM headed towards the middle of the day, midday action. JPM. I think I got too many things going on here. Here we go. JPM fall from grace, slide to the downside. JPM played out nicely the other day to the upside, and it couldn't follow through. MU, very similar to Nvidia, trading in that channel. Only difference is Nvidia's channel led it to the floor. Wow, down goes SPY, guys. Down goes SPY. Down goes SPY. Those QQQs are working beautifully. You're still holding those, Brad? Last update, you're up 44%. If you can hold VWAP, you're in business. Okay, Robinhood, daily downside breaker break, lows of the day. Okay, let's see full list. All right, who's some of the biggest winners, biggest losers up until now? CRWV, okay, RIP, down 19%. Duolingo, down 16%. Is starting to push to the upside. That's possibly earnings. Zscaler, down 15%. Carvana, down 9%. OKLO, down 8%. Affirm, good night, down 8%. UPST, good night, down 8%. Goldman Sachs, down 7%. American Express, down. Morgan Stanley, down. Lucid, down. Wolf, down. WFC, down. Citi, down. Financials taking a hit. Dead cat bounce on financials. Financials sold off early. Had that dead cat bounce. Dion JPM, fall back to downside. Hood, down. Bank of America, down. Atlassian, down. Shopify, down 5. Okta, down 5. CRWD, CrowdStrike, down 4. Snow, down 4. Broke below 165. Hims, down 4. So we can keep going. Coinbase down. Schwab down. Some notable names. Nutanix down. Nike down. Nike. Nice break below 63.78. Oh, I had to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay, so winners. Do we have any winners? Dell. Okay, Dell is up. Dell to report earnings. XYZ up. Mara up. CCI up. Merck up. NEM up. Roku, another COVID name, up. Walmart up. Amgen up. So we're starting to, looks like rotating back into staples. Okay. $100 likes, guys. We hit 100 likes for the third consecutive day. I do appreciate it. Let's get past 100. We'll do another giveaway. If you're joining us on YouTube, put in the chat how many episodes have you watched. Right. If it's under 5 episodes, put a number in the chat. Actually, whatever episode it is, if you can recall. Is it your first? Is it your second? Is it your third? If it's more than double digits, you don't have to put it. I just want to get a gauge of how many new viewers we got. And you guys are finding this stream through some very interesting ways. I found out today someone found us through ChatGPT. So also let me know how you encountered our stream. All right, so there is no I don't do any advertising. I don't do any pushing it on social media. It's just basically YouTube. We don't heavily promote it, so we're growing it organically and reaching the people by getting the viewers to like, by getting the viewers to subscribe, and so it can push the algorithm to people looking for SPY-related content, scalping content, live trading, live lessons, market analysis and coverage, and of course, trade ideas and trade execution as well. So we got first time watchers, we got second time. YouTube, first time, bro. I'm up 14% today. Thanks. Absolutely, guys. Oswaldo, welcome. Welcome back, John Smith. Welcome, Pedro. Algo feed, John Smith. Okay. YouTube algo, okay. So we're starting to get pushed on the algorithm. And it's because of you guys, right? So the ones who are tuning in, who are hitting the like button, who are subscribing, you're getting it in the feeds of other traders. Right? So I do appreciate that. And that's how we're going to grow. That's how we're going to continue to grow organically. All right? Now, organic growth in today's era is almost like word of mouth. All right. Liking and subscribing is essentially like word of mouth. In word of mouth growth. Okay. First time, welcome. All right. So for those of you who are first time viewers, second time viewers, long time viewers, we do have the giveaway. If you're interested in the giveaway, put your names in the chat. The giveaway is for a boot camp. I'm hosting a boot camp tomorrow, a 4 to 5 hour boot camp, going over all the fundamentals of getting started options trading, absolutely for free. All you need to do is send me your email in the DM, and I will add you to the list. If you're interested, the boot camp is available. Take advantage of it. 10 a.m. jam-packed information, guys, for you to go from zero to market ready, and for my advanced technicians as well. There are a couple of things in here that will start to fill in some gaps in your understanding, right? So it can be a great refresher, fill some gaps in your understanding, but it brings up a lot of the people in the beginning of their career up to speed. All right, so this is our fourth boot camp getting started. We do have some advanced boot camps loading up, so we'll discuss that in March. And those are going to be shorter, more intensive, but for you to take those boot camps and to have an understanding, this is a highly recommended prerequisite. So we don't have to go back and cover all the basic stuff. All that stuff is clear. You have a foundational understanding, and then now you start to build on the body of knowledge you're accumulating, and you tune into the live streams. You are learning. You're seeing it being applied, and then as you're learning, you are looking to identify what type of trader you are, what setups you like to take, and you become an active participant. So it's not just overnight. You just show up, fuel an account, load an account, and start clicking buttons. Right? It's a gradual process that you want to go through, right? And we're going to be here to help you on the way, build a community on the way, and to get you up to speed. Okay? How often do you stream? Every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Okay? Every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We are live on the channel, so make sure your notifications are on. There is a slight delay on YouTube. We do have a community, Apex, Spy Strikers Apex. Okay? That's a full access to our community, delay-free, ad-free stream, and a ton of resources in there, course material, and everything else in there. So if you are interested in joining there is a trial available. Use the code TRIAL30. After that, $50 a month. All right? Is pennies in comparison to the amount of information you'll receive and the amount of guidance you'll receive. And if you see our community guys, Phenomenal, phenomenal group of traders. Okay, Neff, of course, Lynn, she's the MVP this week on the swings. Sancho, I got to give you the MVP for February. A tremendous job, right? And we just help one another, speak life into one another, support one another, share ideas, and that's how we build this community up. Who else? Tremendous. I think someone caught 90% of those puts. Turbo Cash puts, right? That's according to his plan, right? There's no buy here, buy there. He knows what he's looking for. He gets the confirmation, takes it to the downside, defines risk, allocates risk. He's rewarded. All right, so good. Okay, SPY 686 hit. Portfolio there. SPY's headed back to VWAP. SPY's getting back to VWAP 100%. Green week for our resident 15-minute orb trader. Oh, that last drop, that pump there. Good. One runner. Good. 115. Good. Beautiful job, guys. I did see your message, Jimmy. Jordan, you need to talk. Bot excellence, focus, extreme levels. Yeah, send me a DM. Jump in the free tier Discord. Send me a DM. We can spark up a conversation. Absolutely, guys. If you're enjoying the channel, all I ask is a like, subscribe, so it can push the channel to someone else. The reason why the channel got pushed to you is because someone who was viewing it also liked it, and then algorithm is like, hey, you know what? This is deemed worthy to spread it to someone who has this type of search history or search habits or cookies in their browser or on YouTube, and send them the SPY content. Our primary focus is SPY. I do truly believe SPY is all you need. Do we venture into other tickers when the opportunities are there? Absolutely. Do I provide ideas in other tickers? Absolutely. So it's not exclusively SPY, but the thesis is if you can laser in on one ticker for 1 hour and learn a list of setups to take, right, that's going to be your shortest, not the fastest, right, your shortest path to profitability. Just because a path is short, right, it doesn't mean it's easy. It just depends on how fast you're running. If you're walking, short seems long. If you're sprinting, of course, short seems shorter. All right, so one ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result is the objective. And SPY gives us everything we need, guys. So use SPY, and then SPY is basically the meat and potatoes, okay? SPY is the meat and potatoes. And then those other tickers are, appetizer, dessert, and a beverage. All right? But this is the main course right here. Instead of chasing 10, 15 tickers, you're better off focusing, lasering it on one. We got a potential downward compression here. See if we can use the push, get that break. And we haven't taken out these lows. So if I go back, the lotto idea was along these lines. As long as these lows don't get taken out, push all the way here and beyond. So trader 2 would still be in. Trader 1 would start maybe taking some profits. Because as soon as I saw this drop here and then I started to see it drop below VWAP, then I know now it's at least going to take another 5 to 15 to 20 minutes to gather, if it doesn't get invalidated, for us to get back to it. Okay? For the buyers to recoup, to stabilize and to get back to it. It takes another 5, 10, 15 minutes. So if you're a scalper, the line of thinking is convince me, take profit, let it drop, comes back in. Don't allow this premium burn. Re-engage those contracts, and maybe even at a cheaper price than where they were before. Okay? If that's a level of interest. Okay, so we're eligible for the giveaway. Let's get the likes up. Record is, of course, 130. Let's see if we can crack 140. We're at 105 likes. Okay, I think this is the shortest period of time it took us to get to 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway here, guys. Okay, giveaway here. At 1:15, we'll do the giveaway. (1:15 p.m. EST). In the next 15 minutes, we will do the giveaway. Put your names in the chat. I think Brad, I'm not sure if Brad is in there. No, so I don't see you in there, Brad. So I'll put this here on the side. All right, so done. 2 trades today, both worked in our favor. One, granted, was a lotto, but still worked in our favor. Okay. We got Jack, Nancy, and let's see. Jack TR. We got Kim N. Not Ken. Kim N. Okay. I think we're caught up to speed. All right. So 1:15 giveaway. It's funny, I used only to trade 0DTE SPY options, then switched to QQQ because of higher ATR. Now they're comparable most days. Yeah, QQQ is a great option as well. So QQQ, SPY, IWM, those 3 are more than enough. And these strategies can be applied to those 3. They can be applied to QQQ, can be applied to IWM. But you just need to take into account what makes them move. Or what makes them move, understand the makeup, understand how IWM moves. IWM has a tendency to kind of stray and do its own thing from time to time. Okay, because it's not composed of the 500 biggest names in the stock market. It's composed of the small cap names, 3,000 small cap names. Okay. So when you take those things into consideration, and then you can apply the same principles to them. IWM, more small account friendly. QQQ, more tech focused. When we laser on tech, more semiconductor focused. Tech just basically now means semiconductors. Okay, tech now means AI, AI means semiconductors. Now, what's the QQQ ATR? What is the QQQ ATR? So SPY's ATR is $8 on the daily. Okay. Most recently. QQQ is on the daily 987. So very close. And IWM is $5. The reason why you want to avoid the Dow, especially for scalping, let me show you why. There's not enough volume and liquidity in the Dow. It's not as liquid. Okay, look at this. You put DIA. The easiest way to tell if something is liquid or illiquid is by pulling it, going into the 1 minute chart on any particular name, type in the ticker. If you see massive gaps and you see the candles like this, it means it's illiquid and there's not as much volume and participation. Therefore, it's not as clean. So it's harder to gauge the action. You can see the Dow. Now, you see how the candle's like that? The next candle can just teleport. There's a lot of volume imbalances. Hence, okay, the volume's not as high. So you can see the Dow. That's at the Dow in the 1 minute time frame. How can you trade the Dow? How can you scalp the Dow? So it's at 488.60. You don't know where that next candle is going to open up. That's why you want to avoid the Dow. As opposed to IWM, which is much cleaner, very similar to SPY's action, right? You can see the fluidity behind it. Why? It's liquid. And QQQ. Okay, much cleaner. DIA. Look at that. That's why you want to focus on those three. Okay, I learned that lesson. I paid a significant cost of tuition to learn that lesson. Why? I was trading Home Depot. This was a while back. I was trading Home Depot. I put some significant size on Home Depot. Didn't understand how Home Depot moved. Took some calls. Okay, and if you take a look at Home Depot, this is how the candles look. Okay, so for instance, say Home Depot, in this case, I'll just give you an example. That was a level I was paying attention to this many, many years ago. And then I took the calls above the level, and the price was above the level. And then the next candle on Home Depot literally just teleported. And then I tried to get out. I couldn't get filled. I couldn't get out. And then the next candle opens up, teleports again. All right? So make note of that. Anytime you see price action on the lowest time frame, 1 minute, you see these massive gaps, this is not friendly for weekly contracts, or at least 1 DTE, 0 DTEs. And more than likely, to gauge this inefficient volume or this illiquidity, since it's illiquid, there's going to be, guess what, guys, a wide spread because it's inefficient. So avoid trading names like this. If you're trading names like this, you have to look at the higher time frames and you go further dated. Okay, so I paid a steep cost to learn that, and now I'm sharing that with you, so you don't have to go through that as well. Because these small things in technique and these small things are not in books. There's no one that's going to tell you that unless you experience it yourself and learn, right? Because you're paying tuition to learn, aka the loss, and share that information. The only way to learn is trial and error, essentially. Okay, so that's a red flag. All right, red flag alert. That's how Netflix used to run before the stock split, right? And Netflix, if you guys recall, guys, there was a couple of names we were asked where we said they're going to split. Netflix was one of them. So the next name due for a split, be on the lookout, okay, is Lilly. Lilly needs to split. If they can split, in my opinion, when a stock splits, it's a win-win. The value of the stock doesn't change if it's just split. It's like saying this, guys. You have a pizza, okay? One large pizza. Whether you cut this into 100 pieces or leave it as a whole pizza, it's still a pizza. That's essentially what a stock split is. So a lot of people think since it's split, it's automatically cheaper or something along those lines, right? It's the same thing. They just split into smaller pieces. Why? So sometimes it can appeal to more people to buy it because it's quote unquote looks cheaper, right? We associate cheapness with price, how much we pay for that individual stock. At the same time, if they drop it, now those option contracts, it becomes tradable. So more retail can start playing with Lilly. All right, so be on the lookout for a Lily split. I'm closing all my contracts. I want to start a new month, balance with our coach. Absolutely. Next month is going to be some great opportunities, guys. Have your plan. Make your plan. Have things you're going to look to improve. Be strict about it, guys. Be very, very strict. It has to be one non-negotiable. What is your one non-negotiable for March? What is your one non-negotiable for March? I'm not going to sit here and tell you have a list of 10 rules. The reality is, first of all, we don't like to follow rules. Right? So the likelihood of us following 10 rules, let alone 2 rules, is very, very unlikely. The way I approach it is one non-negotiable. And cement that non-negotiable. For me, that non-negotiable for a long time has been risk management. I don't care what happens. I cannot compromise my risk management. If I'm wrong, cutting it. That I have to do. Because that's the lifeline of your career. Everything else, I have my setups I trade every day, of course. I have my textbook setups. I have a couple of setups to catch momentum. I have lots of setups to trade. My take profit, I try to do it regularly. My runners sometimes can be iffy. Sometimes I catch them. Sometimes it goes. Execution can sometimes waver. Timing can sometimes waver. If the market is moving differently, the speed is a little different. But the one thing that's not going to waver and is a pillar for me personally is that risk management. Okay, so now you have to ask yourself, what's your one? Forget about all the rules. You don't need 100 rules. One non-negotiable. And if you violate that non-negotiable, you cannot trade. Because that means you're not respecting yourself. Right? It's it's you and you. This is how it goes. This is the law of the land. You break the rule, you get locked up. You commit a crime, you do the time. All right? So if you're the authority of yourself and you have that one rule and you're governing yourself and your behavior, if you break that rule, it's like California, 3 strikes. Okay. If you break that rule once, okay. If you keep breaking it, that's it. You're locked up. You're locked out of your account for the whole month. Because it's a non-negotiable. So for March, set your non-negotiable in a stone. It can't be something open-ended and vague. It has to be specific. For me, when I'm trading, my regular trades, 10 to 15% is my risk. Sometimes as it go outside of that, it goes to 15, 16. Yes, it occurs. But for the most part, between 10 to 15% is my risk. Even if it means if I'm about to be right on the chart, but about to get stopped out, I'll get stopped out. That's okay. Because that's where I exist, 10 to 15%. So what that means is I need to be really good and be precise in my entry. So there isn't a lot of room for error. Because my room for error is 10 to 15%. So instead of making my room for error wider, okay, I'm going to focus more on precision. I'm going to be focused more on precise. I know I don't have a long leash. The reason is I know if I'm down 40, 50, 60%, I'm not going to cut it. Okay. That's what it is. So again, over the weekend, before you pull the trigger on March, identify one non-negotiable. If you already have that non-negotiable, just rinse, repeat, continue to go, and continue to expand, and continue to improve in the areas. If you're a diligent note taker, if you're keeping track, you know what areas you need to improve. And guess what? We have a new month ahead of us. We have a new week. We have a new day, a new hour. So there's something to look forward to. If you don't keep track of your trades, you don't have the journal, over the weekend, run to Target, go to the dollar store, go on Amazon, go on my site, get any journal, whatever it is, and start writing. Okay, what you felt in that particular position, an emotional journal, psychological journal. How you managed it, how you felt, all those things do matter because you want to go back and review, and it will allow you to review. Of course, you want to track your trades, do all that good stuff, and you'll be on your way. But the main thing is, right, the non-negotiable. So identify it, set it in stone, okay? Carve it into your frontal lobe. It should be there. Okay, so it should be there. It should be at the front of your mind at all times. That's why I always say risk management at the top of your mind. Okay? Okay, what do we got here? We have, okay, help out a father, please, bro, please. I need next 10 minutes. No meds for 2 days, and it might. No, bro, I'm hoping. Is that spam? Well, I'm not sure if that's spam or troll, but if you don't have medication, go to the emergency. You have to go to the emergency room. All right, there's nothing medically I can do. All right, just go to the emergency room. If you can't afford it, just stay until you get treatment. Force them to treat you. All right, that's what I'll do. Whether it's spam, whether it's not spam. Hope you get better soon, and God bless. I'm not gonna do it. All right. I'm closing all my contracts. Good. One contract, 32%, holding Netflix, one runner at the end of the day. Beautiful jobs. You've been on top of Netflix. All right, did we do the giveaway already? Do we do it already? I don't think we did it yet. We just did one so far. All right, so we'll do a giveaway. 11:20. Again, continues to chop around. Let me take this off. Just trying to draw that illustration between trader 1, trader 2. All right, taking care of that. That's taken care of. Again, guys, if you see things in the chat, please don't send money to other people in the chat. All right. I have a bot in the chat. The last thing I want to see someone get scammed in the DM or in the chat. Okay. How high can Netflix go? NFLX. This thing is already going. Traders, if you're still in the chat, how did your Discord get hacked? Okay, Netflix. So if you're tuning in for past few weeks or even last week, Netflix is gone. So now retail is eyeing Netflix. It's on everyone's radar. Netflix was interesting last week and this week. Okay. And we discussed the importance of Netflix in this area, especially that 200 EMA on the monthly. We laid out the scenario. Scenario was Netflix isn't often coming to that 200 EMA. Last time we came into it was here, of course. We pulled back for 28%. The time before that, we came into the 200 EMA. We didn't respect it. We broke below it and just dropped for 76%. But this needs further analysis. Why? Because at this time, the S&P also dropped. All right, so these two scenarios are not the same. The S&P is only down less than 3%. Here, the S&P was down 10-15%. This was 2022. Before that, Netflix rarely sees that 200 EMA on the weekly. Last time was 2011. So now, everyone is dumping Netflix. Dump. Warner Bros. Deal. Breaks below 100. Really weighs it down for multiple weeks. And then last week, we know the 200 EMA is right there, 75.53. Sure. Last week, okay, we have an inside candle. All right, so this week it was watch the break of that inside candle break. Watch it, see if we get that break. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting this, of course, because now what exaggerated this was the Warner Bros. Deal. So when you go back and see, you'll realize, right, catalysts often come when charts are near or at technical levels, because there's no such thing as coincidence. They drop the deal, fuel up the jets, goes to the upside. I was anticipating Netflix maybe getting into this territory for next week and setting up next week between 82 and 83. And the early entry, of course, is 70 to 85. All right, now has the fuel, has the jet fuel, catalyst, WBD gets the deal gets dropped. Right, that was what's primarily weighing it. When it fell below 100, that's what really weighed it down. And now we're at 95. So the question of where can Netflix go depends on what your time horizon outlook is. You can see on the quarterly, on the monthly, I should say. Now, on the quarterly, if your time horizon is the quarter, which means you're looking at the quarterly to make maybe contracts out for at least 6 months, okay? You're interested in Netflix, okay, if you're 6 months out, because this quarterly candle can break above those highs and can continue to push. So that quarterly reversal is brewing. Off that 9 EMA, off that 20 EMA, and of course off of these previous all-time highs, technical levels. So the question becomes, what is your time horizon? If your time horizon is intraday, day-to-day, obviously we have this massive gap up, and there is a little bit of overextension. If you're trading like 1 day, 2 day contracts, unless you were in all the way here. This key level, the levels that matter the most, or the level that matters the most, is this 100. Okay? Between this 100 and between this gap up, that's the primary thing to watch. If your time horizon is beyond a quarter, higher time frame. If it's lower, if it's day to day or over a series of few days, okay, this is the area you need to pay attention to. This is your operational area to operate. Okay, if you can break above 100, it starts to trigger all those higher time frames. Okay, if it can actually break above these highs here, it triggers all the higher time frames. But that 100 specifically is special because that 100, look at this yearly, guys. Look at this yearly candle, 2026. That 100, right, is near All right, just slightly below 50% retrace that yearly candle. And we're starting to make some strides for a potential early sign of a 3-up. If Netflix can get to between 105 and 110, especially that 108 territory, the yearly candle reversal comes into play. Again, you can see all different time horizons require different contracts. So a big thing is, of course, the monthly and the quarterly reversals are in play. The weekly already took place. The daily is on continuation mode. Okay, so it depends on what your time horizon is. February stats. Look at this, guys. $63 opportunities, 40 ripples, 19 waves, 4 tsunamis. Look at that. Negative win rate. Below 50%, but 27 R. So the orb really takes emotional management to trade. You can't have an ego and trade the orb. If you have an ego, the orb is not for you. Or I would say if your ego is unchecked, everyone has an ego, but if your ego is unchecked, right, the orb is not for you. If you like high win rate, orb is not for you. If you can care less about win rate, to the point where, hey, you know what, 40%, 45%, 50%, that matters as long as the R is positive, the orb is for you. So you see how you have to line up the strategy that suits your mindset. Because if high win rate strategies are what feed you or help you, the orb will frustrate you. You'll take it one day, not take it the next day, take it one day, take it the next day. You'll be red, but the orb itself is green. Okay, so tremendous job, Artem. All right, he posts that all the time in our channel, right? So again, if we have any traders who've been on our team for more than a month, if you want to step up, be a captain, let me know. We do have captains in different areas. Of course, the orb already taken care of. He posted for 34 weeks in a row, guys. That's almost 52 weeks. And you can see consistently 52%, 42%, 41%, 48%. There hasn't been a week where the orb was negative R, 61%. 54%, 45%, 45%, 43%, 45%, 11R, 50%, 41R. So if the orb gets near 50%, 60%, that's when the R really goes. And this one is very interesting because look at that, 50%, 41R. So that means there's 82 opportunities. That's the way we measure it. 82 chances. And we have distinctions of the opportunities, how to identify the setups. 41 winners, 41 losers, 41R. Evidence is there. Okay, we have classifications for the setups. And they should be universally used so people know what we're talking about. All right, we're at that magnet, back like nothing happened. Orb is opening range break. It's set up there. New here, biblical Timothy 2:17. Puts at strike 107 for the last few minutes, 28 to 30 days out. It's been working beautifully. No, I just do naked calls and puts. I don't sell cover calls or cash secured puts. So we do have our magic number of 100 likes. Let's do the giveaway, guys. If you want to be eligible for the giveaway, again, names in the chat. Let's see if we can get to 8 more subs. We'll be at 3,250. Okay. We have a couple of spots left on the trial. If you want to join our Discord, trial is available. Next month is going to be fun, guys. We're going to fight for every piece of it. So we're here. We're going to put up a fight. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, you know what, it's easy. What I do know is we're going to be willing to fight. And the best fights, easy fights are good, but you learn a lot about yourself when you're in a tough fight. Right, that's when you learn the most. When you're in a tough fight. All right. Okay, giveaway time. Let's spin the wheel. Again, today took 2 trades. Runners couldn't really go. Both trades worked in our favor. Spin the wheel. Giveaway is the boot camp. There's a giveaway. Sign up. Tomorrow's the boot camp. You get this for free. Our first winner is Richie. Richie already sent me the message. He's one of our long time team members. Okay, so any last entries, let me know. If not, we'll spin the wheel. We'll give away we'll give it to the second winner. Next giveaway will be for 150. Next giveaway will be 150 likes, and then that'll be all the giveaways. Folks attended the boot camp. Look out for email after stream. I'll have the details. You get added to the Google Classroom. You get added to, you'll be sent a notification, of course, to join the call for tomorrow. Okay, got you, SPX. Now play differently. Beautiful job. Look at that orb. What matters is the week, right? The day to day can go up and down, but we'll focus on the week. Brad, let's see. Do we got Brad in here? B. No B. I got Brandon, but no Brad. No Brad. We'll throw you in there, Brad. And appreciate all the people on YouTube supporting the channel. You do have access to some exclusive videos. All right, so if you want to support the channel on YouTube, access those videos. There's 2 ways, both tiers. You have access to the same videos. I do appreciate the support. Okay, any last entries? We got Poppy. Oswaldo. I think we got Oswaldo. We got Owen here. No Oswaldo. Oswaldo. Mario. That's the whole point. You take it, you adjust it, you add your parameters around it, and you make it yours. I got yen. Let's put yen in there. Yen. Yen N. We got Vladimir. Vlad P. All the indexes are trading below VWAP. Index is trading below VWAP at POC near the lows of the day. Okay, we're ready for the giveaway. Are we ready? Any last names? Let me check all the chats. Check all the chats. Yeah, I'll send you an email, Richie. All right, let's go for it. This might be the last giveaway of the month. Make sure to grab your seats for the boot camp. If you don't win the giveaway, you're unattend. The winner is, boom, Brad. Brad is the winner. Brad. Congrats, Brad. And Brad is one of our channel members, so congrats, Brad. Are you in the Discord, Brad? I'm not sure if you're in the Discord. A lot of people did join. If you are in the Discord already, send me a DM. If not, if you're in the paid tier or in the free tier, send me a DM, either one. If not, I'll send you the link to the free tier here. All right? Anyone holding any swings overnight, over the weekend, any swings, puts or calls. Okay, there we go. You can join in there. Send me a DM. Use the code word March. March. Let's march into March. So we'll do one more giveaway at 150. So some of you did put your names in a little after the giveaway. So if you want to get that last giveaway, we got Car. We need to get to 150. We got Richer. We got Ganesh. We have 2 SPXs. So not sure if that's a ticker or a name. So if you do see your name in there already, add an initial to the name so we can make that distinction. Okay. Breakout or breakdown? Have no horse in the race, but let's see how it plays out. Do we break out? Or do we break down? Can go either way. Can go either way. Send me your email, Brad. Your email. Okay. Not on YouTube. In the DM. Okay. So your name, code word March, and your email, so I can add you to the list. And if we have any winners. There's a lot of people I have a DM with on WAP on the free tier. So if you can say, hey, I won, you'll be put at the top of the DMs. And I'll see that you won from before. So just an extra layer of precaution. Send another DM so I don't forget to add you. For the winners, of course, for the ones who did purchase, I can already see your emails. So you don't have to do that, just for the winners. Okay, got you, Brad. Okay, we'll send all the details out post stream. Thank you. Okay, we'll look to wrap up at 2:30, guys. We'll wrap it up at 2:30. Between 2 o'clock, 2:30. If we can get 150 likes before then, we'll do the giveaway. If not, guys, that'll be it for the week. boot camp students, get ready. It's gonna be a lot of learning. We're gonna have a blast. Get some sort of note-taking device. If you're old school, if you're new school, iPad or notebook, doesn't matter. If you have any questions coming into the boot camp that you want answered that pertain to day trading or technicals, bring those questions. All right, there will be multiple Q&A sessions. Now we have a lot of things to cover. All right, a lot of things to cover. Make sure you have your preferred caffeinated beverage at hand. It's going to be 4 to 5 hours. Okay, so we're going to be spending a lot of time. We'll have breaks. Don't worry, it's not going to just be 5 hours straight. And you just sit there and listen for 5 hours. We're going to have breaks. We're going to have Q&As. We're going to have a lot of things. So you can digest the information. Get a grip on the information as we move along. And of course, you'll have the copy to the boot camp. You can go back, watch it multiple times. So I look forward to working with everyone who signed up and all the winners. All right, starting to break, but guess what? This area here, right? That's the runway into this area, and above that, onto that territory there. Been a magnet type of day. We keep gravitating towards this area. We're able to get that read very quickly. We haven't had a magnet day in quite some time. What that simply means is we push away from a certain zone on the chart throughout the day. We come back to it. We push away from it, come back to it, and eventually to close the day in that area. That's simply what a magnet means. Okay, when was the last time I had a magnet? Okay, no magnet there. Let me give you an example. Here, magnet day here. This was Thursday, February 29th. February 29th. Hold on. February 19th. Okay, February 19th. That should not 29th. That's 19th. Okay, Thursday, February 19th. Before PCE and GDP. Okay, so we can see we have the magnet. We get below it. We get above it. We gravitate towards it. Chop, chop, chop. Get below it. Gravitate towards it. Get above it. Chop, chop, chop. Get below it. Chop, chop, chop. Get back to it. Get away from it. And by the end of the day, we closed in that magnet range. So as of now, we're looking to repeat that type of action we saw in February 19th. Okay. That's the kind of price profile we're leaning towards as of now. Okay. So the opportunities are going to be pushing away from magnet, either direction, based on price action confirmation. So bounces or retrace rejects off magnet, depending on if we're below it or under it, or existing at the very areas where there's liquidity. Liquidity grabs back into magnet. Outside of that, everything else, there's nothing to do. Everything else is low probability. Just chop, chop, chop. What causes said magnet? Indecision. All right, so think of the magnet like this. Okay, we identify the magnet, and I have ways of identifying the magnet. It's like the SAT magnet, and this is what happens all day. So in this kind of price profile, okay, what that translates to on the daily, okay, is a doji candle. And somewhat of a flat day. Again, just because it's flat doesn't mean that there's no opportunities for us. Remember, we operate on the lower time frames. There's always an opportunity for us for a flat day. So that means in this kind of condition, okay, a lot of traps. A lot of grabs, a lot of liquidity traps, liquidity sweeps. And the only setups off of the magnet are bounces off the magnet into some areas of liquidity. If we get below the magnet, retrace rejects of the magnet. If we hug the magnet, indecision, or playing these sweeps. Playing these sweeps of highs back into magnet. Of highs back into magnet. Of lows back into magnet. Of lows back into magnet. So those are the areas to operate. So everything else in between gets very choppy. So this kind of conditions, this is retail traders, momentum traders, trend traders' nightmare. So this is a trend trader's nightmare. This is a momentum trader's nightmare. Because every break, okay, turns into a trap. So there's no expansion. So far, this is what we're leaning towards. Unless we start to expand, more than likely, that's the name of the game we're playing today. And we're able to identify that, right? Get a good read on it, right? Fairly early. Okay, we got that read on that during first shift, early in first shift. What game of the read is once we started to do this. Once we started to do this, and the magnet is not a random area on the chart, it has to correspond with a key zone, SAT key zone. You don't get to choose where the magnet is. Okay, it's a combination of key zones and what price deems or decides becomes the magnet. And you can see it play out, right? As far as we go, we come back to this area. We come back to this area, we push away from it. Okay. We need 150 likes, guys. We need 150 likes for the next. Does that answer your question, John Smith? Let me know. Let's see if we can get 3,250 subs. We're 6 subs away. At this rate, we can possibly cross 4K by the end of March. Let's see if we can do it. That's going to require you guys to continue to like, continue to sub. And we can potentially, we're going to shoot for the stars. Shoot for the stars, you land on the moon. All right. We're going to shoot for the stars and see if we can get to that 4K mark. So if you haven't subscribed already, make sure to do so. Still over 60% of the people tuning in are not subscribed. So let's get there. I laugh every time I read his name, Brad. Gets me every time. Okay, just chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. According to the polls so far, folks on YouTube, 47% green. On the month, great job. Red, 40%. Yellow, 13%. Tremendous, tremendous, guys. Folks in the red, folks in the yellow, folks in the green. Look to make the proper adjustments going into next week. 47% on the chat on YouTube. How many votes did we get there? 53 votes. That's a big number. 47%. That's not easy. February wasn't an easy month, so kudos to you. We'll do our poll here as well on Discord for our strikers. See, we get that nice number there. Okay, right there. Again, proper adjustments. Going into March, we'll take it trade by trade, day by day. I'll leave that for 24 hours. And that poll, this is going to be the end of February's chat, guys. So February's chat will be over. February's chat will be over. And once February's chat is done, next month, Monday, next month, we have a new chat. March. February's chat will be archived in our chat archive. All right, so if you have any last things I'm going to put in the chat for you to refer to back in the future, maybe you want to refer to something, a note to self, a reminder, feel free. And February's chat will be archived. So when you're done, guys, make sure to answer the poll question. It's completely voluntary, so it's up to you. But it's just to give us a good feel, just to gauge how the team's doing. Okay. If we're at 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. And then we'll look to wrap up at 2:30. We're at 115. We can get there, guys. We already had 1,000 people stop by, so just slightly, right around that 10% of the people tuning in are liking. If we can get it to 50%, we can easily be at 500 likes. Folks on Free Trade Friday, hopefully you're able to tune into our pre-market prep. And that helped you.
Is immense. We're hiring people in the United States. We're putting down manufacturing roots actually in the United States. We're hiring software engineers, and this has been one of the areas that AI is being talked about to replace. We need a lot of software engineers. They're actually up in Canada. We have a big team up in Ottawa in Canada. So we're hiring like crazy, and sort of the death of the American tech worker seems to be somewhat overstated.
So are you using AI within the organization? Like, for instance, do your software engineers, when you hire them now, I imagine they're doing quite a friend of mine, a very smart friend of mine who's also a software engineer, mentioned that he thinks engineers are going to be evaluated by tokens. In other words, the more that people are using AI, the better they're going to be rewarded rewarded in the workplace for doing so.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the way I see it. I think AI is making our engineers better. We use it a ton, and that is helping our designs get to market faster. It's helping us produce more higher quality designs, and it's helping us produce ideas that we probably wouldn't have had otherwise. So again, sort of this idea of AI eliminating a bunch of jobs, it helps. It's a really helpful tool. I'm sure you use it on the job.
Absolutely.
And it's something that we use a lot, and it's proving out to be very, very helpful.
Talk about the partners. How does that dynamic work when they come to you? And we just spoke with a company who's transitioning into a data center. You might have caught that interview where we see it every day. There's more and more coming online, but there's a lot of supply constraints and there's huge demand. Look at how the OpenAI's valuation today. What are those conversations like when they come to you? Are they placing massive orders?
Yeah, they are. I mean, we're completely sold out. So our products are sold out from here until the end of 27. And that's as we add capacity. So we're adding capacity in our factories. We're trying to build as much as we possibly can. But given the customer order book, we're actually sold out for the next 8 quarters. I mean, it's just incredible demand that we're seeing. And it's across almost all the products that we make.
Would it ever and again, I don't pretend to understand the science of what you do. I just know that light, your ticker, has replaced to some extent copper in being a better transmitter. Is that right, of some of the data and information here? Am I kind of getting it correct?
You have it completely right.
Okay.
The faster you're trying to move data, and all of these companies, Anthropic that you've been talking about, OpenAI, they're trying to move this data faster and faster. The fastest way to move data is with light. It's the fastest thing that there is. And what you have now is these bandwidths and speeds are going up. You have a push away from electrical cables, copper, which is slower, naturally slower, and more fiber. And fiber is what carries this light. So companies like Corning are doing very, very well because they're making that fiber. We're the engine that shoots the light along that fiber. And that's what's driving our business and why our results have been so good.
And when you say that you're booked out for 8 quarters, would that ever leave an opening for a rival? Maybe it's a Chinese rival, I don't know if one exists, or from another country, or even just within this country, for someone to come in and say, hey, we'd love a piece of that business?
I think we're all sold out. And as I talk to my customers, I talk to my competitors, it's a universal problem. And we're trying to keep up with the demands of the Googles, of the Microsofts, of the Metas. We just can't keep up. And so it's not just our problem. It's pretty much felt across the entire industry.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, and I know you're going from here right back to the airport and on to the next thing. So thanks for stopping to make the time. Michael, thanks.
Kelly, really appreciate the time. Wonderful to see you.
Michael Hurlston is Lumentum's CEO, she tried to say. Before we go, don't forget, we've got a big interview coming up Monday here on The Exchange. We'll speak with JP Morgan Chair and CEO Jamie Dimon in a first on CNBC interview around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's it for us. Thank you for watching. I'll join Brian Sullivan for Power Lunch right after this quick break.
Okay, we continue to chop around that territory. Nothing much has changed. So at this point do we see some activity in Power Hour, right? Power Hour, we get some influx buyers, sellers. We're very close to that daily open magnet here. We're still within striking distance of that weekly open. Is this it? Do the bulls have one more fight in them to try to drive price into weekly open? Or are they going to call it quits here? Still have a little bit of time left, right? Still have about to hit 2 o'clock. Still have 2 hours left. So the next 2 shifts, what kind of move can they make? 2.5 shifts to make strides towards weekly open. Okay, chop, chop, chop. If they recapture yesterday's lows, we run to 687. Very possible, but we might recapture. We must recapture. Currently, we are sideways, which is neutral, 100%. So who wants some more? Up for grabs. So 2 victories for the Bulls, 2 victories for the Bears during the week. Last day of the week, of course, last day of the month. So this is going to be critical to see who takes that decisive lead. All right, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. We'll do the giveaway. We'll look to wrap up at 2:30. If you're a first-time viewer, first time tuning in this week, welcome aboard. If you're just jumping in for the first time, let us know where you're joining from. All right, we did take 2 trades already, and we're done for the day. Over the weekend, go back, review the trades, review the episode. It's a great learning tool. All right, this is it. We need to hold above that VWAP, get above that 684.35. Qs. If the Qs can recapture VWAP, that would be good. IWM still trading below that 15-minute orb. VWAP 261.10. So if the VIX can start to work its way towards this 2054, 2050, and then break below that and start working towards that 20. Remember, we correlated that 20 on the VIX with this yearly open. We can start work our way to that territory up there. Okay, which is at 685.71. $685.71. Call 685 calls look okay. It's okay. That reclaim, playing that reclaim. Good pickup, Jimmy. So you get some follow through behind that move. Hold above 684.28, 684.35. So that daily downside breaker along with that VWAP. Okay, starting to go here. Let's take a listen here.
Issues pass.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the former. I think, Kelly, that we're in a watch monitor mode here. If you look at the circumstance, the banks, generally speaking, it came out of the Q4 reporting period, I think, in quite good shape. And to a certain degree, the earlier comments on where the private credit risk actually lies is important. I think that the banks are probably arm's length, but not totally free and clear, if you will. Now, without going too far down that path, I think what we've learned over the past several months is that the markets can handle an idiosyncratic issue around a private credit or sort of situation. It is if it broadens where it becomes a little bit bigger deal, and it's very premature. But the market's been doing recently sort of a sell first, think later dynamic, if you will. So just to one last point on this, though, as we're looking at the private credit issue on a standalone basis, there's a bigger picture here, and I think it does kind of come back to how one thinks about the AI disruption influence, which is a topic that has really come into the discussion over the past month or so, and is getting more attention with some other news that hit last night. I think the point here being is that we've been fairly comfortable that AI disruption translates into a couple of things. While on the one hand, we get productivity improvement, on the other hand, we have to face the implications for the labor condition, okay? How this all ties together is pretty straightforward. If you go down a path where you start seeing a more aggressive phase of layoffs that ultimately plays into the bigger consumption picture, then you begin to parlay that into this broader credit issue.
Right, but those are big ifs. And, we'll talk more about this with Greg Ip later on. I think I come down on his side versus the side of, kind of a fast accumulation of layoffs and concern. I don't know if maybe you see things a little differently, Scott. Maybe you're a little more cautious on that.
Look, I think it's very early innings. I think we're pretty comfortable that depending on the company and the circumstance is going to determine how the AI disruption influence plays through. What I would say on this, though, is that, again, a lot of this it ultimately ends up in a sort of a longer-term terminal value or terminal multiple discussion. So in the meantime, how we stay sort of measured on this is that from a fundamental perspective, under the surface, what's happening coming out of the
We still haven't taken out those shift highs yet. We're still internal to prior shift highs. See if that's a nice swoosh. Grab these highs here, and then a drop to the downside. Right, a lot of back and forth, a lot of chop, chop, chop. We're looking to wrap up here shortly, guys. So if you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. And 2:30, we will wrap up the stream. By then, if we can get 150 likes, we will do one more giveaway. That'll be the last giveaway. So again, hit the like button if you want to unlock that giveaway. As of right now, we are at... Let me refresh. 117 likes. Okay, got you, Richie. And just like that, right? So magnet day. Did I erase that drawing up here? Hopefully I didn't. Hopefully this illustrates the point here. All right. So grab those highs, get back in, grab those lows. Right. And a sign that is very, very tight is when it doesn't even have enough fuel to grab shift highs. If it grabs just pivot highs and lows, the nearest high near it, significant high, then that's like what it's doing now. It just further resembles that magnet profile. So you can see. So those expansions really get caught. So it's basically off the magnet, bounce magnet area to this territory, rejection there, grabs those highs. Now does it drive itself to the downside, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. We did have the ATR moving at about $1 and some change off the open during first shift. Look how much it was moving. All right, to give you some context is key. We first shift $3.88 was our range. Second shift, okay, we had a range of $2.25. Third shift, we had a range of $2.99, close to $3. Fourth shift, we had a range of $2.05, and close to halfway through for a fifth shift, we have a range of $1.70. So that means that's the range for an entire hour. Okay, so we have not yet exceeded 388. So we went from 388, okay, all the way down to $1.68. So a $2 drop in the range. Very significant drop. All right, so it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. So when you start to see the expansion, as if we start outdoing the prior shift range. If we continue to trend to the downside, trend lower as far as the range is concerned, that further supports that magnet type of price profile. Yeah, nice rejection on the Qs there. Only issue is the back and forth, no follow through. So we're going to the sequence. We're not getting the 3 to 5 minute candle stretch. Right. We're getting 1, 2, slow down, 1, 2, 3, slow down, slow down. I wouldn't be surprised if we're inside on the hour. $15-minute candle, we're hugging that area here. All right. Lots of wicks, even lots of wicks here. Lots of wicks here. So do we have enough room? Okay, or do we have enough weakness to drop us back into this territory? Because we do have a lot of wicks here too. So you can see the wicks there. A lot of buyers there, willing buyers. And a lot of willing buyers here. So that's why we're jammed. So the only way for the sellers to bypass the buyers is to outnumber the buyers. Or those buyers are no longer interested in that area. Same applies up here. The only way the buyers can outnumber the sellers here is of course the buyers outnumber sellers, or there's no interested sellers here, no selling pressure. So which way does it go? We will find out. If you ask me at this point, my closing price prediction will be in this area. Right, 682.65, 683.23 possibly. Within this magnet area will be the more than likely the closing price, unless we see some sort of expansion. So far we don't see it, so that'll be my calculated guess. We close near this here by the end of the day. We shall see. We shall see. Okay. We shall see. Any closing thoughts for the month? Any closing thoughts for the week, guys. Before we jump into March, if you are logging off, have a safe, blessed weekend. Make sure to leave a testimonial, okay? If you've been in the Discord for some time, drop a testimonial. You can drop a testimonial right in here. Okay, drop a testimonial. If you've been in there for at least a month, if you're new members, drop an intro. I'll go through the intros, of course. I have a lot of new members this week, so welcome to the team. And of course, leave a review on WAP. Okay, leaving a review on Whoop Wop, the platform that you used to join the community. All right, so last 15 minutes of the day, we'll wrap it up. Or last 15 minutes of the stream, we'll wrap it up. Boot camp goers, look out for the email for the boot camp. Look out for that. Okay, look out for that. If we can get to at least 130 likes, I do want to do one last giveaway, but there has to be an incentive behind it. So let's see if we can get 130 likes in the next 13 minutes. If we can do that, phenomenal. One last giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. All right, so if you want that last giveaway, guys, make sure to like. 12 likes away. Let's get it done. Make sure you're subscribed as well. And be ready for Monday, guys. Monday. Fresh month, fresh week, fresh opportunities. And I look forward and I'm excited. Let's take a listen.
Spending plan. The North Carolina-based company is working to build out enough power to meet surging demand. It'll be investing about 5 gigawatts for new power of natural gas and nearly the same in solar and battery storage. Duke Energy stock, it's been hot. It's on pace for its 7th straight higher month and 7 in the last 10. Its best month in over a year and a half came in February. Harry Sedaris is the CEO of Duke Energy and joins us now in an exclusive interview for our new Power Insider. Energy Focus. Harry, it's great to chat with you again. I want to start very quickly, sort of a little bit on the political angle. The president, there's a meeting next week at the White House. Heck, maybe you'll be there. Bunch of big tech's going to be there. The president wants everyone to sign this payer pledge, he said, to not have data centers increase home consumer electricity costs. Is that possible? Can both things happen at the same time? Demand growth, but prices don't spike.
Yeah, it's really great to be with you again, Brian, and good to see you again. I absolutely do believe that you can do both. And we agree with the administration's push to make sure that the data centers are paying their fair share, keeping the burden off the broader base of the customers. We've been working on this as well for the last year and a half, making sure that our contracts with these large load customers protect the broader base of our customers by making sure they pay their fair share. And in fact,
Duke Energy, strong energy name, based out of North Carolina. All out Netflix 55% will review over the weekend for next week. Beautiful job, Lynn. Tremendous. Great on taking those profits, sitting on cash. No headache over the weekend. Long day, wait for calls to work. Got 33% on puts. Wave, okay, using the wave. So there's a couple of videos that are overdue that we need to do, or a series or so. One on the waves. Of course, I want to do the back test, more back tests on the 5-minute. Do a series there. So there's a couple of things that I do want to make more videos on, more strategy videos. All right. So if you have any ideas, you can put your ideas, and I'll put it in the bucket of videos that need to be created for the group. Okay.
This, we need your power, and we're willing to already, without being asked or forced to, sort of kick in that money.
They've been great partners and very supportive of what we're trying to do to make sure that we're protecting our customers. So they've been at the table. They've been working side by side with us, hand in glove, to make sure that we have the right terms and conditions that protect the customers, but also get them what they need. They want speed to power. They want us to be able to hook them up faster. And by doing some things like being curtailable for about 50 hours a year, that allows us to bring them online sooner. So they've been very supportive in working with us to make sure that we're accomplishing what they need and what our customers need as well.
So you got 5 gigs of planned build out for natural gas. By the way, a gig is about 750,000 homes. So you're talking, what, 3.5, 4 million homes worth of power. About the same with solar and batteries. You're in North Carolina, one of the fastest growing states in America. You're also big into Indiana, where there's a huge data center build out. What is the best use? We talked about $103 billion, Harry, in capital spending. What is the best use of that money in gas and solar geographically or with customers?
Yeah, our strategy has always been all of the above. So it's gas, it's solar, it's batteries, it's squeezing more megawatts out of our current assets. We're going to upgrade our current nuclear plants by 300 megawatts. We're increasing the output of our current gas plants to 1,000 megawatts out of the existing assets, which squeezes more value out for our customers. We need all the electrons we can get. So each of those.
Okay, you heard it here first. Fastest growing state in the U.S. Big shout out to North Carolina. If you're looking for a state to move to, highly recommend the Carolinas, especially North Carolina.
Industrial demand or population demand. You talked about building out nuclear, 300 megawatts. How long, can you tell our audience, viewers and listeners, right, your customers that are watching right now, how long does it take to build out nuclear?
POC right at that 683.68 on SPY. See if we can get below that. SPY trading below the VWAP. Q's trading below VWAP. Dow trading below VWAP. IWM trading below VWAP. The IW is the furthest away from VWAP.
Reliable. They provide great power to our customers, but they also provide savings to our customers through tax credits. Last year alone, we had the highest capacity factor ever for our nuclear plants, over 96% of the time being online. That produced $600 million that we're going to give back to our customers in tax credits. So they're very beneficial. We have it in our plans towards the latter part of the 2030s. Right now, we're focused on keeping our options open. We filed a permit in December for our SMR at our Belews Creek facility. We'll hear back from the NRC in 18 months. But that's really to keep optionality open as we work through the key decisions on if we go forward with nuclear. How are we going to protect our investors? How are we going to protect our customers? Is the technology and the supply chain mature enough? We're working with the administration and government agencies hand in hand to make sure that we're ready for that decision when it comes.
Quickly, Belews Creek is the nuclear facility that you were talking about. You said 18 months. So is that good, Harry? Because a lot of the stuff we hear about is permitting reform, got to speed this up, speed this up. Is 18 months a good number, or is it kind of where we were a couple years ago and we still got work to do?
Yeah, I think it's a good number, and I know the executive order the administration put out is going to streamline that even more. But that's not the long tent in the pole. Getting the supply chain, making sure that we mitigate the financial risks to the investors and the customers, that's really where our focus area is now. We're doing the permitting, but that's not holding us up.
All right, Harry Sedaris, Duke Energy. The stock has been red hot as well. And by the way, one of my producers went to Duke University, so he was all excited about this segment. I said, no, it's Duke Energy. Just take it easy. Harry,
we can talk basketball, too.
I know you can. I know you can. Harry, really appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You too.
Right.
Yeah, and speaking of energy, airline stocks hitting.
Okay, I used to live in NC, but compared to Texas, I prefer Texas. Where in Texas did you move to? And where in NC did you used to live? Yeah, a lot of people moving to Texas. A lot of people moving to going down south, migrating down south. All right, we're starting to see a breakdown here. See if that breakdown has some follow through behind it. There we go. Okay. Once that POC 683.68 start to crack, we're starting to see a nice slide. VIX has room to 20, 21. See if we can get some follow through behind it. All right, you see the dangers of having an entry right here. So all the entries this week. All right, you can have the right idea, wrong entry, stop out. All right, so entry, timing, execution, and the fine details, especially if you're operating on the lower time frames, can be the difference. Can be the difference. RTP to Frisco. RTP's research Triangle Park. I think the RTP will be, again, I throw a lot of things out there, of course, will be the Silicon Valley of the East Coast. RTP will be the Silicon Valley of the East Coast. All right, just a matter of some of those companies. Apple was supposedly supposed to build a campus here. I think they delayed that project. We do have some of the major tech players in the RTP. And probably the highest concentration of the top universities. Right, in the area. I don't think there's another state with that concentration. So you have Duke, you have NC State, you have UNC, you have Wake Forest, you have, of course, the smaller Carolina schools, the UNCGs, the UNCWs, the UNCC. So a lot of universities in this area. Dallas will be the financial hub. I can see that. Right. Financial hub of the South. Yep, that's what I'm looking at, Turbo. Thank you for the market view. It helped me stay focused before pulling the trigger. Absolutely, absolutely. They see if we can get that continued go. Nice little retest. See if that continued go. It's just follow through, right? Lack of follow through. If we just zoom out, it's 2:30, right? So we can also be asking for a lot. We're asking for follow through at 2:30, right? Midday, late, just after, slightly after lunch, last few hours. Last basically hour and a half left, and February will be in the books. Let's zoom out to the higher time frame here for a second and then wrap up. See where SPY is on the monthly to give it some context. I did think they said SPY this February was one of the worst months, I believe, since last March. We'll go verify all that stuff. And let's do some top-down, bigger picture analysis. So if you have any chart requests, this is the time. All right, we're going to do this and then wrap up. So this is the time to get your chart requests, strikers, the SPY charts here on the left. All right. If you still want to pay attention to the SPY intraday, it's right there. SPY, QQQ, DIA, and of course IWM. If we can hold below POC, we do have room to into these lows, but just understand that we can get aggressive reactions off of those lows. We do have some previous buyers there, so you want that nice clean flush move. If you're in it, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. We're getting close to that daily open back near that magnet. Let me just take this daily open real quick and take this magnet and put it right here so we can translate it to give us some context. All right. Okay, so now let's take a look at SPY, bigger picture. SOXL, we'll take a look at that as well. SPY, bigger picture. Let's do our top-down analysis. And look to wrap up. We'll talk about our call to action for the boot camp, how to join the community. Okay, how to put yourself in position to capitalize off the resources. And then we'll look to close out the stream. All right, by that time, if we're at 130, I'll move it from 120 to 130. I really want to give this giveaway out. If we're at 130 likes, by the time I'm done here, guys, we will do that last giveaway and then shut it down, okay? Okay, so SPY. This is SPY. Let me erase everything on the monthly. Let's remove the EMAs, all right? Keep in mind, price action before EMAs, all right? Then EMAs tell us a little more details. So what do we see here? All right, without putting too much pieces together, without getting too complicated, overcomplicated, if we understand candles, right, when we take a look at this monthly chart, the weekly chart, okay, we'll start at the weekly, we can see there's a lot of selling pressure up here. Price gets driven into these highs, gets pushed lower. And a lot of buying pressure down here. Price gets driven into these lows, we get pushed lower. What does that lead to? It leads to basically a sandwich. We get jammed between that. So for the past, how many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. SPY has been, you can even make the argument, stretch it out a little wider. For the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks, SPY has been range bound. So this is what the market is giving us. So for the past 10 weeks, if you're still green in these conditions, phenomenal job. This is day trading conditions, right? Higher time frame, even the weekly swings are getting stopped. If you're not taking profit, right? If you're trying to get that follow through continuation, not available. Buyers and sellers are there, right? But there's just not enough of them to get that follow through up until this point. So this weekly candle now, of course, we're starting to lead to the downside. Let's take these drawings off now. Take those off so we know there's pressure on both sides. Throw some EMAs on. As we throw these EMAs on the chart, this is going to give us some context on the trend, the bigger trend on the weekly chart. So despite the fact that we are sandwiched in those highs, right, for the past 10 weeks, we're sitting above that 20 MA. We're still sitting above that 20 MA on the weekly. We're still within relative striking distance of all-time highs. All right, relative striking distance of all-time highs. So at the very from those 20 MA, we're about 2% away from all-time highs. And from all-time highs, we're only down about, just a rough estimate, only down about 2%. Okay, so let's say 1.5 to 2.5%. We'll give it a nice margin. So we're not more than 3% away from those all-time highs. All right, so we're jammed close to all-time highs, 20 MA. Now let's build out a bearish and bullish case. Bearish case, the longer we stay jammed and the more pressure that gets put on this support, and if more catalysts start to come in March and start to favor a sell-off, right, you're going to have to get that close below that weekly 20 MA. Okay? You're going to have to get that structural break below these lows and overwhelm those buyers in that territory. All right? And start to make some strides below 20 MA on the weekly, below these lows, and then that opens up this massive window for our first potential pullback. All right? It hasn't even been 5%. So even in the event that March turns into a time where we start to pull back, say with one of these, this plays out, right? If that happens, again, putting our bear hat on, going all the way to that 50, 100 EMA, I should say, Okay, in that event, 100 EMA, 50 EMA, 50 EMA on the weekly, all right, that's only still a 7% pullback, not 10% yet. So even if we break here, we're still not too far away from all-time highs, still under 10%. Okay, so if we do get a catalyst to allow us to break here, maybe some sort of sentiment shift, tariff talks get sparked once again. All right, it will take us multiple weeks to get there, but that's something to be on watch for. All right, scenario one, we're building that bearish case, bearish thesis. That's one thing to look for. If we start to fail to hold, some catalysts start to come in, we start to slide to the downside, we finally break out of this indecision. Catalyst number two is we're in an uptrend. 20 EMA holds. This is a bullish thesis, I should say. Okay, last time we visited the 20 EMA, we created separation. Last time before that, this is our second test of that 20 EMA, or third test of that 20 EMA over extended period of time. But here, more recently, we visited multiple times. Before that, of course, we had the April-March sell-off. Okay, March and April sell-off with a tariff fiasco. Before that, our latest uptrend, whenever we're above the 20 EMA, we touch it, we continue to go. We touch it, we continue to go. We touch it, we continue to go. All right. Typically, historically, we don't spend too much time at that 20 EMA. So that can be a little sign of concern for the bulls. Okay, we're spending like this here, this much time in this case. Very similar to December 2024. We're spending multiple weeks at that 20 EMA. So historically, outside of this major catalyst, which there's an outlier catalyst, tariffs, okay? Tariff fiasco, we drop, we pop. If we just remove that because there's a catalyst, we can see when we do start to cross above the 20 EMA start to wave, generally, okay, 7 out of 10 times, okay, if we hold it, we continue to make all-time highs. So the bullish case in this case is this needs to hold. This needs to hold. Buyers need to use this and then fuel up off of that, propel price forward, and then, of course, get that break into all-time highs. If either of those scenarios present opportunity, if we get wicks and those wicks get back into that range, we get sandwiched, more than likely, okay, this type of action continues. It persists. All right, so until one participation group steps up, takes advantage of a catalyst, or starts to pile in, we probably continue to move side to side. When we jump over to the monthly, okay, we have a new monthly candle coming up. Let's erase that real quick. Monthly candle, we have not had a monthly candle where sellers were able to close it. We had a monthly candle that was bearish here, but sellers failed to keep enforcement. What that means is once we broke these lows, this was back in October, once we broke those lows, we failed to hold below those lows and to turn into a nice hammer, momentum hammer. In this case, very similar story, right? We broke below those lows, but we failed to close under it. All right, so that failed to close under it, but the fact that the sellers are still turning this monthly candle into a doji is starting to lean towards the sellers establishing control in the month. So now if we take this level, that's 675.95 territory. If we break below that monthly downside breaker, that is the official reversal sign on the monthly to the downside. What are we reversing? This upside push. We haven't had consecutive months of selling on the S&P, right? SPY ETF since when? All we gotta do is hit rewind. Last time we saw 2 months was, of course, the tariff fiasco. 2 months. 1 month sell, 1 month hammer, reversal. Before that, we had this 3 month stretch, and then hammer, 2 down, 2 up reversal. Before that, we were in this mess here. This was 2022. Very messy action here. Tit for tat. Very tricky to navigate. Before that, very few times have we went 2 months consecutively, 3 months consecutively. All right, so now we're on the verge of that taking place. If those lows break. What are those lows? All right. Near that 675.95. I'll give you more accurate levels on Sunday, right? This is just eyeballing it here, but that's 675.95 territory, very important. So if we take this level, translate that to the weekly, where does that lead us to? You'll see what it'll lead us to, guys. Let's go to the weekly. So that leads us to, okay, the exact thesis we just laid out, which is if the bears can get that break below, get the continued push, they need to take advantage of that. And that supports that monthly reversal. Okay? Now, quarterly. Keep in mind the quarterly is bullish. So keep in mind this quarterly candle is composed of 3 monthly candles. January. Okay? So let's do this. January we were bullish. February, now we're bearish. And then March will be the last piece. So March completes its quarterly candle. So far, if we take all of the action between January and February, combine it in relation to the Q4's action in 2025, it leads us to this candle here. So now the bulls need to do whatever they can to get this monthly candle back above 2025's high. If they can get it close above 691.42 by the end of March, again, this is looking forward, great job. If they cannot allow the selling pressure to persist and get below the 50% retrace this candle. And of course, a violation at that 675, 75 territory. And then we start to work our way in this area. Because the last thing the market needs, especially if you're looking for a pullback on the market, you want this to take place. If you don't want to see a pullback and you're bullish, you don't want whatever that monthly candle, whatever those lows of March are going to be. All right, this low, that quarterly candle, you don't want that to break. If that breaks, that means we are starting to push the downside, okay, barring some sort of reversal. So now let's take a look. When was the last time we had a reversal, 2 up, 2 down reversal on the quarterly? Look at this, guys. 1, 2, 3, 3 quarters. We had this massive candle to the downside, bars by the lows, turns it engulfing. 1 here. Next quarter, we flip it. Again, 2022. 3 consecutive quarters. Before that, 1 quarter sell, reversal. Before that, 1 quarter sell and decision reversal. Before that, 1 quarter sell, reversal. That's 2018. This is COVID. Before that, 2 reversal to downside, push back. So we haven't seen 3 consecutive quarters, which is 9 months of selling. Okay, 2 months we got a reversal since 2008. Okay, not my opinion. This is just the facts. Right, we're just reading what the price is telling us. Okay, so now when we go all the way up here, all right, that reversal can come in depending on how March closes. So we'll keep a close eye on how this March's candle closes and that last piece of that quarterly candle closes. But so far, it's technically, from a directional standpoint, we took out those highs, but we're failing to hold. So we don't want this to turn into a failed 2 up. We don't want that to turn into a trap. If we start to gather ourselves and start to push, use that 20 MA on the weekly, use that that support zone that we're sandwiched between as an actual layer of support throughout the month of March, we start to build a base and continue to push. We get above 691.72. This turns back into a continuation candle. All right, so that's still up for grabs. Okay, so very, very, very critical month. March will be very critical because that's the last piece for the quarterly candle. We get a new monthly candle. Of course, we get 4 weekly candles, 1 week at a time. And what gives us better picture, of course, is the daily. Look at that, guys, smack dab in this channel. Price has been riding this channel. We've been identifying this channel for some time. We've subscribed to this channel for quite a while. That's how we're moving. So we're right in the middle of that range. We dropped today. We're right here. 3% pullback territory, 675.38. If you're looking for 5% pullback on SPY, your time to shine, 661.02. If you're looking for 10% pullback, okay, that's more of a correction there, 627.84. But of course, we have the support here. If you have more than that, 20%, this is the bear market area. So for us to be in a bear market on SPY, okay, barring we don't make all-time highs before getting to this level, we need to drop this 558.79. Okay, so this is the bear market if we're going to be bear market. So if we do see a 5% pullback in March, all right, if we start to slide, that is not bear market. Regardless of what people say, that's not bear market. There's going to be a lot of fear mongering, but I want you to focus on your technicals, focus on your levels, and see if there's an opportunity. Okay? So that's how it's looking. All right? SOXL. SOXL is triple leveraged semiconductor. Okay, so again, SOXL very similar to SMH, triple leveraged. We have some resistance there. Okay, we're seeing some pressure on SOXL, similar to SMH. So if SOXL can come into this support, it needs to hold the support territory here. All right, so SOXL comes into the support. If this support holds, you get a bounce. The integrity of that channel remains. Okay, just quick technicals here between 58 and that 60.48. That holds, great. If this fails to hold, right, to the downside we go. So SOXL, the pivotal areas here. 680.48, 658. Coming into it as support. Right, so if buyers start piling in, we can get a nice little bounce back into this territory. No buyers show up. We see clear weakness. We get that break, that clear break. We start to break here. We see continued selling on the daily, multiple days. We get some sort of dead cat bounce possibly. We violate some daily EMAs. We start to slide. Okay, that first target, of course, these lows here. Right, we have some resistance, support. That opens that up. So it just depends on what the semis decide to do going into March. Right, so coming into it, it's support into proven otherwise. If it does fall off a cliff, that opens up this bounce here. Coming into it, support into proven otherwise. Okay, so that means initially, we're anticipating a possible bounce with key price action markers. If those markers don't show up and they're invalidated, if we slide, we take it to the next level, to the downside. And then just keep doing that for each of those pivots. So the dip buy in SOXL in March is 48.35, 50.49. If you want to get it off this trend line, you believe this trend line, this channel is going to hold in this area. If you're bearish, you want to see a break below this trend line, break below this, break this support, flip it to resistance, or if you're looking to catch that resistance rejection, is let it bounce, come into this territory, and see if you can ride into the downside. So it just depends on what you're looking for. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. A nice breakdown there with that daily open. You can see that magnet, right? So there is a way for you to gauge where price can possibly head to. You're just using probability and using the different price profiles that are provided. All right. Any questions, guys? If not, we'll look to wrap it up here. Let's see if we have over 130 likes. We'll do the giveaway, and we'll look to wrap up. Just give me 1 second. Okay, let me just refresh. Let me see. We have 130 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do the CTA, call to action, and then we'll see you guys. Everyone on YouTube, we'll see you on Monday. Come prepared. Everyone on in the Discord, we'll see you guys on Sunday night, 7 p.m. All my boot camp students who signed up, 10 a.m. Be on the lookout for that email with the details. I look forward to working with the new cohort of students. Any alumni that want to attend, you're open invitation. By default, I'll send out the email. I'll send out the email to you. Feel free to jump in any time. If you took it last time, you have an open invitation. All right. Let's see how many likes we got, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay. Big thing is for everyone, identify your non-negotiable for the month of March. If you're interested in joining our community, let's go over that. SmartActionTrade.com is the official site. SmartActionTrade.com is the official site. Community, coaching, courses. You can also use it for the economic calendar. You can do your charting here as well. Quick overview of the chart. You got your news feed. You got all of the economic catalyst. Of course, go to the live bootcamp tab if you want to sign up for the bootcamp. That's available on our site. This is going to be available until tonight. Once tonight passes, this will expire. All right. If you're looking to join our community, start off your month fresh. Go with our Apex plan. We have a couple of seats left on the February trial. March, we'll have a trial available as well. And probably end of March, we're going to do the price increase. Right. I'm trying to keep it as low as possible, do the price increase. Whatever price you pay is the price you pay. I'll always be live on YouTube, but this is for the people that are looking to really commit, really access those resources and take it to the next level. All right. So whatever price you pay is the price you pay. If you're an existing member, my promise to you is there won't be an increase in your price. All right. So it really benefits to commit early and lock in early and get your journey started. What do you get access to? You get access to everything. Full SAT Discord access, live trading screen share, pre-market prep stream. We go over everything pre-market. Give some ideas in there. Give you the levels. I give you my game plan ahead of time, close to 2 hours before market open. We go over that. We review. Extended live trading coverage. We had that for free on YouTube this week. High win rate trade ideas. Options trading beginners course, 6-hour course. Shockwave 15 course. RL webinars. 2,000 plus hours of training video available, past streams, and some private videos. My ebook, SAT Algo Strategy ebook, how I draw my levels, how I look for my setups, all provided to you when you do sign up. 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals. You have access to all my levels, my watch list, day-in swing trade ideas and setups. We discuss those every day. Whatever chart you bring to my attention, we go over. Some day trade ideas. I do post some the growth ideas. And of course, something I can't quantify, I will never be able to quantify, is the level of people in our Discord that continue to join, continue to contribute. And the environment that we're building and cultivating is something very special. So I can't quantify that. There's no number I can give you to say this is a phenomenal community filled with dedicated, supportive traders, unlike any community. So you'll fit right in if you're dedicated to this craft. And of course, we're going to continue to add some tools and resources to the community. All that is available to you, $50 a month. Use the code TRIAL30, save 25% in your first month. If you want access to all this for the entire year, plus online, the bootcamp ticket, and a coaching call anytime you need, save 4 months, level up to the $399 plan. This is billed every 12 months. You have basically 2026 is covered, and the first 2 months of 2027 is covered for one price. So basically 3 contracts of a 0 DTE. All right. Courses, of course, self-pace. All this comes available in your Apex plan. I have an ebook, how I draw those levels, about 21 pages, 22 pages. Find liquidity and efficiencies, the back one of my strategy, all described here. You can purchase the ebook, or again, be in the Apex, you have access to my ebook. All right. SAT merch, grab your mugs. Okay. Mugs, see profit, take profit mug, crossover profit tees, journal, book bags. You have more merch coming out. So if you want to support the channel, you can do that as well. If you want to further support the channel on YouTube, access some of the private videos. Right. I do have some private videos that will be released for the private members, guys. So be on the lookout for that. I just have to clip out some things. Make sure to join on YouTube, the Refill My Coffee folks, the SAT VIP. Those are the ways you can support the channel. All right. Any questions? Let me see how many likes we got, and then we'll do the giveaway if we have 130. If not, we'll wrap it up here. Again, guys, thank you for tuning in. We made some tremendous strides as far as viewership is concerned on the channel this week, so I do appreciate the support. By you liking the video, nice bounce there. Regardless if we have 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 subscribers, 10 subscribers, right? We're going to stay true to the content. We're going to lead with education. We're going to lead with our strategies, and we're going to continue to provide as much value as possible. So welcome aboard this week. We'll see you guys next week. We'll take advantage of the best opportunities. Get some rest this weekend, guys. Reset, recharge, make the plan, and look to take advantage of the best opportunities next week. How many likes do we have? And we'll wrap it up. All right, we'll wrap it up. We're at 121, guys. 121, just shy of 130. If we can get a couple more likes in the next 3 minutes, get it to 130, we'll do the giveaway. All right? We already did 2 giveaways, so if we can't cross that 130, we'll just have to try again on Monday. But, of course, the giveaway is not for boot camp. I don't have a boot camp scheduled on the schedule for the rest of the month, so this is for this boot camp. I'll just give away the self-paced course or the ebook. All right, as you can see. So you can see, comes into this territory. You take the breakdown. You target these lows. And, of course, comes into here. If you want to take the bounce, you take it off this sweep of these lows. Key level, key zone, back to the upside. All right, so it is tradable, but you have to know what you're doing. Boot camp starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm in the East Coast, guys. So at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, all the details will be sent to you. Okay. So again, a couple more likes, 2 more minutes. We'll do the giveaway. If not, we'll look to wrap it up here. Okay, just chop. So you can trade this if you know how to trade this. There are ways to trade it, but the question is, do you want to exhaust yourself and put your capital in danger in these low quality conditions? Okay, do you want to put yourself, get activated in low quality conditions? Streamlabs. Yeah, it keeps blocking for some. If you do like caps or $, it blocks it. I do see your. I just have to. I can see the message. I can see the the wedge post you made. The lotto 681s, 19 cents, 689, 25 cents. %, Milton. If you guys are done, answer the poll question. It's voluntary again. Okay. Well, there'll be a new chat. I'll put that new chat up on Sunday night. And this chat will be locked out. So as always, guys, it's an honor. It's a privilege to go to battle with each one of you every day. By no means is it easy, but it's worth the fight. Hopefully you guys are learning. I'm learning every day. And hopefully everyone's making strides to their ultimate goal and getting an inch closer, right? You don't need to make huge leaps, all right? Just inch closer every day. And the longer you do it, the more time you dedicate to it, okay? The inch turns into a mile. And before you know it, you'll be where you need to be. And it's a journey. It's truly a journey. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow, guys. Actually, you know what? We're shy of 130. We're at 122. Let's do one more giveaway and wrap it up. One more giveaway. It is the last day. One more giveaway. Let's do it. So if you want to put your names in the chat for the giveaway, do it. If not, I'm going to spin the wheel right now. All right, I'm going to spin the wheel right now. Going once. I know there's a delay on YouTube, so I got to give it a second. Going twice. Okay, it's going to spin the wheel. Our last winner for the boot camp is, let me check the Google Meets chat. Okay. Last winner is Gloria. Gloria is the last winner. Congrats, Gloria. I believe that's Gloria from Georgia. Congrats, Gloria. Send me DM. Code word March. Send me a DM with your name, your email, so I can add you to the list. Let me put that in there, and then send me a DM. All right. Okay, bootcamp registration will be open to the end of the day. So again, if you're looking to register, smartactiontrade.com, bootcamp tab. We'll see you guys, bootcamp students, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Strikers, Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Weekly recap, weekly prep, go over the levels for the month of May, for the month of March. And then we'll have our prep. It should take us anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour. Everyone on YouTube, subscribe, make sure to like. We'll see you guys next week, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, bright and early for the first trade of the month and wall-to-wall coverage to kick off the month of March. Stay safe over the weekend, get some rest, refine, and look to repeat those results. We'll see you guys on Monday, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord community was created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop.